Okay, before I bang the gavel. Before we begin, I want to share why we are holding a special meeting this evening. A closed session item was not included on the original agenda for our regular meeting, so we are meeting first to address that item in compliance with public meeting requirements. After we complete the closed session item on the special meeting and we record the required report, we will adjourn this special meeting and move directly into our regularly scheduled board meeting. So at this time, I want to call this meeting to order, this special board meeting for the agenda, in order at 5:01. Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do.
Okay, at this time, we'd like to adopt the agenda. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded, moved by trustee. Okay, Martinez Goodlander, thank you. And seconded by trustee Pelly. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any blue cards?
No, there are not.
With no blue cards, we'd like to adjourn this closed session at 5:02 p.m. Okay. To order January 22nd, 2016, I'm sorry, 2026, for the special Board of Education meeting to order at 5:03 p.m. Stand by. Thank you. We want to establish the quorum. So, Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
We do.
Okay, and do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Therefore, we will adjourn to our closed session at 5:03 p.m. All right.
Adjourned unified staff and families. I want to wish every one of you a happy new year. There's a special energy that comes with January, a sense of renewal and a fresh outlook on the year. My hope for 2026 is that our schools continue to be places where every child feels inspired to dream big and supported to chase those dreams. But we know that hope isn't just a feeling, it's something we build together. And the foundation of that hope is the safety and well-being of our children. I know there is uncertainty in the world around us right now. I want to be very clear. Our schools are fully equipped with robust safety protocols. We are working in lockstep with local law enforcement to monitor our broader community, and our staff is trained and prepared to maintain a secure learning environment. Our schools remain safe havens for learning, and we remain vigilant so that our scholars can focus on just being children. Because we are secure in our safety measures, we can look forward to building a stronger future for OUSD. That future requires transparency, connection, and engagement. So here are 2 updates. First, our Resource Optimization Coalition is actively reviewing data to ensure our resources are used effectively for all students. This work is focused on aligning our facilities with our aspirations, and we will be sharing a comprehensive update on their progress in the coming months. Second, to help us stay connected as one community, I am thrilled to announce that Parent Square is coming to all schools fall 2026. Many of our sites are already using this platform, and we are excited to bring everyone onto the same page. This will streamline how we communicate, from emergency alerts to classroom news, bringing everything into one easy-to-use app. We have work to do, but the best part is that we're doing it together. So thank you for trusting us with your children, and thank you for your partnerships. Let's make this a safe, successful, and inspiring 2026. We are OUSD.
As we are part of a community school now, we have been able to provide a lot more support and resources to our families. We have been able to expand our services for English classes, our Learning Links program, just our monthly meetings that we hold here for our ELAC families.
One of the things that I began to do when I first stepped into my role was to build community relationships with our families and to build that trust that needed to be done.
Another reason why this has been such a special initiative is that we are a bridge from elementary to high school. So we have had events at our school, Portola Middle School, where we invite families from our feeder schools to participate to start that engagement with them early on.
Our community centers allow us to serve our families at a higher capacity. Many of our centers feature workstations, food pantries, uniform closets, school supplies, amongst other fundamental resources.
One of the reasons why I love the Community Schools program is the Youth Centers is always looking for ways to fill a need. And the community schools help us find those needs because they are so intrinsically tied to the population of the school that they serve.
I think that's part of what community schools is about, helping each other, helping our community.
This month, we're celebrating a very special milestone, the 10th year of our district's annual Warm Hands, Warm Hearts event. Each December, the OUSD community comes together to support student success by making sure our students have what they need to stay warm during the winter months. The goal is simple: to ensure that every foster and homeless youth in our district receives a brand new winter jacket, a pair of shoes, and other essential items. This program began with one student who walked into an elementary school front office with cold, wet feet. His shoes were falling apart, held together only with tape. The school contacted our Office of Student and Community Services for help, and we quickly realized he wasn't alone, that many students across our district were struggling with even the most basic necessities. Since then, the Warm Hands, Warm Hearts program has grown thanks to the incredible generosity of our community. This year, with the support of our local organizations, partners, and dedicated staff, we are preparing to provide more than 800 gifts for our most vulnerable students. Together, we're warming hands, warming hearts, and strengthening our OUSD community. Thank you to everyone who helps make this program possible.
Marine Corps Junior ROTC is a leadership and character development program designed to equip our cadets, as we call our students, with life skills they can use to be successful regardless of what they choose to do in the future. They also have higher GPAs, lower absentee rates, lower incidence of disciplinary problems, and more likely to pursue higher education after high school.
We do a daily schedule of exercises. We do physical fitness, such as running, push-ups, and any other calisthenics, flutter kicks, jumping jacks.
This whole program has shaped me to be someone who can be proud of who they are, someone who can show and stand their ground. I thank this program for teaching me lots of things.
Pues el programa me cambió todo eso. De alguna manera me hizo esforzar un poco más, hizo sacar lo mejor de mí, mis estudios, mejoré demasiado en la escuela. De una manera u otra, también este programa está marcando mucho mi futuro.
They encourage us a lot to go into college, to do university, to do whatever that we're passionate about, but just to have an education. Everything is a team effort. You have to learn how to be selfless, how to help others, how to push the people in front of you. I believe that being a leader is teaching others how to become leaders of their own.
I see the results every day when I talk to the cadets about their experiences here, the life-changing experiences that they have, the confidence it develops, the discipline it develops, the self-reliance.
Without JRC, I wouldn't know the options. JRC offers a lot of options. They could still guide you to scholarships, but they could even help you with the enlistment. I got to meet good recruiters and they're setting me in the right path.
Orange High School has one of the largest Marine Corps ROTC units in the Western United States. And I must say, these cadets are the leaders of tomorrow.
At Canyon High School, students were offered a warm way to pause and reset during this busy week of testing. ASB students worked closely with kitchen manager Chris Jones to plan and execute the event, handling everything from preparation to distribution during nutrition break.
As part of my Student Board Representative project, we're partnering with the cafeteria to give back to the students, especially during stressful finals week, with a goal of 700 hot chocolates to students.
Our ASB friends, they are pulling off a hot chocolate event for the school. We're just helping them out a little bit on the production side, a little bit of training on how you produce between 600 and 1,000 hot chocolates and serve them in a 15-minute period. Look what we did in a very short amount of time. Let's serve everybody who wants hot chocolate today. Super proud of you guys.
The collaboration paid off, with students coming together to warmly greet and serve their peers. A simple idea, a big impact. And a reminder that at Canyon High School, community and care are always on the menu.
Dia de los Muertos is a celebration that we do every year here at Jordan Academy. It brings the community together. It's a time to celebrate together, to learn more about other cultures and how other people celebrate. And it is just a special time here at Jordan Academy.
The Day of the Dead is a celebration that we have every single year that not only celebrates our loved ones who have passed, but it really celebrates our culture and brings our community together.
Our hope and dream for our students is they leave here and carry an awareness of culture with them as they go through their years here in Orange Unified.
My hope is that we continue this tradition, that we continue to provide these opportunities for the students, because it really is to celebrate them and give them these opportunities that they can have these memories forever.
Villa Park High School recently hosted its inaugural VP Remembers, where history comes to life. Throughout the day, the Villa Park High School Gymnasium transformed into a powerful space for reflection as veterans of all ages stepped forward to share their stories, experiences, and lived history with our students, each offering a unique window into the realities of duty, teamwork, and resilience. These presentations gave students a rare, first-hand connection to the past and a deeper understanding of service and sacrifice. The event also welcomed military recruiters who are on hand to answer questions and provide our students with insight about today's military, helping bridge the past with the present. VP Remembers gave students an unforgettable opportunity to connect with history and honor those who served, bringing the past off the page and into the hearts of the next generation.
Welcome to Chapman Hills Elementary, where community, creativity, and collaboration come to life. With passionate teachers, a dedicated support staff, and an incredible PTA, every child is seen, supported, and celebrated.
We chose the school because of the community feel. The teachers are absolutely outstanding. The leadership here is fantastic. And so it has a very strong kind of community, and we really gravitated towards that for our daughter.
Communication can be an issue for a lot of schools, and I think that's one thing that Chapman Hills really excels at is the constant communication you have with your teachers, with the staff. There's a genuine care for every student here, and they want to make sure that your child succeeds in every possible way.
When I come to school, I feel very excited because my teacher gives us a bunch of opportunities to learn different things.
The teachers here give us everything we need to succeed, and they're really nice and encouraging.
Yeah, up close, quail.
I think the world of this school. As a mental health clinician myself, I really care about my son's confidence levels, his safety, if he's feeling supported and cared for, and I really feel that at Chapman Hills. I feel that with the teachers, the administration, the fellow parents. It's just such a wonderful community here.
Everybody here has such a great and unique bond with everybody. The parents, the kids, the staff, everybody really works together to make Chapman Hills the amazing school that it is.
This school is very special because its location, its small schoolhouse feel in a beautiful neighborhood I'm against the back hills of the canyon, and it's just a wonderful place. It is. It's just beautiful.
Chapman Hills Elementary. We're more than a school. We're a community.
Orange Unified was proud to host special Thanksgiving incentive ceremonies honoring students who have shown resilience, growth, and a strong commitment to their education. OUSD students, 3 each from Sycamore, Lamson, and Fairhaven elementary schools, were celebrated for making positive choices this fall season. Each honoree received a certificate and a Stater Brothers gift card to support their families as they prepare for the Thanksgiving holiday. The ceremonies were sponsored by the Orange County Gang Reduction and Intervention Partnership, also known as OC GRIP, along with our Student and Community Services team and school staff. OC GRIP representatives, campus leaders, district partners, and families joined together to celebrate our students' achievements and strengthen connections within our community. We hope you have a great, relaxing holiday break.
Here at Yorba, we take pride in our community. We strive to ensure that all students are scholars, leaders, and champions.
We teach and lead with love. We are Yorba, we are family.
The teachers here care. They care for the students, and you'll see that our rooms are open at lunch. The kids know that they can come and ask for help, and we're there for them.
They know that they have a place here to come and hang out and create and be who they are. What we're doing here, I think, is super special.
The kids are sweet, the parents are nice, the staff and the teachers have been engaging. I couldn't ask for anybody better to teach the kids. It's the only junior high in Orange Unified School District that has a dual immersion program in Spanish.
Tienen definitivamente pues una gran ventaja a otras escuelas de que tengan aquí a los maestros que hablen 2 idiomas, inglés y español.
Muy buena escuela, la recomiendo porque es excelente los maestros, el personal, se siente uno como en casa, tanto los niños como nosotros los padres.
Their staff really makes a difference. The effort they put into it, the love that they have for what they do, it shows in their kids, it shows in the community they're building here.
One thing I love about Yorba is the teachers that make sure the whole class gets it. If you don't understand like a thing like that, really come over and help you to really make sure you get it. Like they won't move on until you get it.
They really care about you here. Teachers here, they care about your experience and how you learn, and they'll give you different ways to learn your subject.
We are Yorba, somos Yorba. Somos Yorba!
Each November, the Marine Corps JROTC program at Orange High School proudly hosts its annual ceremony honoring the birthday of the United States Marine Corps, a time-honored tradition that celebrates the legacy, values, and service of Marines past and present. This year's event held special significance as it marked the 250th birthday of the Marine Corps, commemorating 2.5 centuries of courage, commitment, and honor since its founding in 1775. The annual ceremony featured a formal color guard, patriotic tributes, and a luncheon attended by district and community leaders. One of the most meaningful moments was the traditional cake cutting ceremony, where the oldest Marine in attendance presents the first slice to the youngest Marine, a symbolic passing of wisdom, experience, and responsibility from one generation to the next. Moments like these reflect what our cadets practice every day: leadership, discipline, and respect. Qualities that not only honor the Marine Corps legacy, but also strengthen our schools and community. Thank you to our students, instructors, families, and local partners for helping uphold this proud tradition and for exemplifying the spirit of service that defines both Orange High School and the Orange Unified Community.
Fletcher is a great, loving family. It is the diverse student population here makes us very special and unique.
Fletcher is amazing regardless if you're choosing the Mandarin immersion program or the English only. They're getting exposed to different diverse cultures and learning a lot of empathy and respect.
Not only do you get the dual immersion, but you can combine that with GATE. Take the things they're learning in GATE and not only apply it in English, but also apply it in Mandarin.
We work really well with the Mandarin teachers. We're not separated. We're all collectively together. If you go into the Mandarin class, you'll see different because you see the Mandarin. But if you walk into my classroom, you're going to see the same things that are happening, same writing, same things on the wall, same activities. They share stuff with us. We share stuff with them.
Our children are recognized for the great things that they do and the milestones that they've reached. Although my children are not in the Mandarin immersion program, I think it's really important that we embrace all that that has to offer. It's a part of our entire community.
Fletcher has provided so many resources for not only the children, but for the parents. When my children have some difficulty with their homework or assignment, there's always a teacher of some sort to help.
It's such a positive environment. The parents are great, the teachers are amazing and caring and into what they do. You really couldn't hope for a better situation.
We hope you felt the heart of our school, where every student belongs, every voice matters, and every day is an opportunity to thrive. We are honored to be part of your child's journey, and we can't wait to grow and learn together.
Here in Early Learning at Orange Unified, we are proud to provide our youngest learners a strong foundation. That's why I love our preschool program. It gives our students that love for learning and allows them to start developing their social-emotional skills.
They're interacting with other kids. They're not at home where it's like some of them don't have siblings. So they come to school to learn how to share and learn how to problem solve. It's more about socially and emotionally, how to make friends, how to solve problems, critical thinking. As you can see, the classroom is set up where they can explore, they can learn and discover.
Our preschools are centered on play-based learning, so it's not like heavily structured in, assignments and worksheets, which is what they're gonna get, later on in life. And so we like to really foster our program into having fun with our children.
Our children spend so much of their childhood in school. It's so important for them to have built that foundation to prepare them for their long educational career that's coming. And that all starts here with preschool.
I think it's the best idea to get them introduced right away because it gives your child an opportunity to grow with everyone their own age.
It's nice for them to learn how to make those connections with other kids and starting to learn how to talk to other kids and approach them and say, do you want to play with me? And learn that sometimes they want to play, sometimes they don't.
As a parent and as a teacher, I love to see my child want to go to school and be happy and want to play with their friends. And to be able to give that gift to students at such a young age, you're not losing anything, but you're gaining so much more.
We are here to help you navigate the enrollment process and answer any questions you may have. Call us today to get your child started on their educational journey.
The Orange Unified School District's second annual Celebration of Schools was held on Wednesday, October 15th at Villa Park High School. This community event, hosted by OUSD and the Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation, celebrated the achievements of our students and schools while raising funds to support programs that benefit students and educators in our district. Guests enjoyed an evening of dinner and discovery, with program showcases from transitional kindergarten through high school, including our career technical education pathways, and opportunities to explore our new and modernized facilities. This year's theme, Pathways to Possibilities, also marked the introduction of our new Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Rachel Menares. Special thanks to OUPSF and their sponsors for their generous and continued support.
As you grow older, you will always be able to reflect on your high school years and accomplishments proudly. The students in this class represent some of the best and brightest in the nation.
As you stand today on the front lines of your future, know this: you are ready, you are resilient, and you will always be part of the El Medina family.
Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. As you take on this next chapter in your journey, do it with confidence. You've proven time and time again that you are capable of facing sudden change and succeeding.
As you leave here today, I urge you to embrace the challenges ahead with the same determination you've shown throughout your time here. The world is waiting for your brilliance. Carry your experiences with pride and never forget the power of your story.
The world needs more people just like you, who can think differently, who can find unconventional solutions to conventional problems. You've proven that there's more than one way to succeed.
In life, whatever you do it with purpose, do it with passion, and do it with pride. I close with words from the great Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it's done. Class of 2025, go show the world what's possible.
OUSD students, families, and staff came together for the annual Walk to School Day. It was a wonderful opportunity to promote healthy habits, strengthen our community, and encourage safe routes to school. From parents walking hand in hand with their children to neighbors cheering students along the way, it was a great reminder of the power of community support and education. Thank you to our community partners for helping our young scholars get to school safely, and to everyone who participated and made this year's Walk to School Day a success.
It's a lot of fun, and you should have those experiences and know how to cook for yourself.
You get to learn about different cultures through their food. There's always so many different things to learn. It's helped me rediscover my love for cooking, and now I want to go possibly to Orange Coast to join their culinary program.
My favorite thing about the program is just being able to be creative, going through the entire songwriting process. It just allows for a really interactive environment. This class has prepared me for after high school, since I'm going into UNLV, taking their entertainment engineering pathway. I'm hoping to do studio engineering and recording bands, movies, albums, just record labels in general.
I like the CTE program because it can give me real-life experiences. I've done multiple CTE programs in my time in high school, and I've gained a lot from all of them. I have my primary classes and a couple of APs, but yeah, I really like the CTE classes.
The base of the program is about exposure to see if you're really interested in it. You get to see hands-on, do a lot of book work as well, but on the weekends we do manipulative stuff that teach them how to throw ladders, how to squirt water, how to pull hose, things like that, and how to adapt and how to be part of a team and how you integrate into the fire department and the station.
It's great. I get to be in this firehouse. I get to learn what firefighters do, and I could get the basics of what I need for the academy.
I'd say this class is more fun than other classes because you're doing more hands-on work and you're not just sitting in a classroom most of the time. I really like this class because you're also just putting in work into your future.
We don't expect them to be perfect at it. We want them to have the basic knowledge to do it, so when they're exposed to it and they practice and practice, then they have way ahead of the game.
The cool thing about the Spider Lab is that it prepares our students for what's to come next, for those that are interested in following this through not just high school, but as a career in college.
I'm very grateful to have CTE as a pathway here at Villa Park. I know everything that I'm going to go into in the future does have to do with technology. I mean, I do content creation on the side right now, so this class as is has prepared me to work and further my career that I've started.
I find the hands-on experience about this class interesting because I can think of a design, I can make it in Photoshop, and then I can go onto a machine and I can, go through this process of using raw materials like ink and sticker paper, and I can make the design and I can put it on something, and I have a physical, tangible object in front of me that's it's awesome because I made it.
What I get out of it, I would say there's a lot more professional experience than you would get out of any other high school class, because you learn things like how to create an invoice on QuickBooks, which I don't think any other high schooler knows at this school who hasn't taken this class.
They walk out with certificates letting them know that they are certified to use all the machines in this class. So they're already ready to jump into a design or print shop and be able to assist there, to intern there, to build up more of their value as they go through school. So it's a good opportunity for the students.
The aviation pathway is almost 10 years old. The first class is looking at the history of aviation and then taking kind of an overview of the vast variety of careers in aviation. From there, students can go to one of two classes for their second year. One of them will focus more on non-pilot careers like aviation maintenance, air traffic control, engineering, drones. And then the other class is a full private pilot ground school, so focused on the pilot side, what students would need to know to get that first license.
This class has really prepared me for a future in aviation. I've always wanted to be a pilot when I'm older, and this has kind of showed me the opportunities that are available and really what it takes to get there.
This has been an amazing experience so far. It's really taught me a lot. There's no part where I'm bored or don't want to do anything in this class.
My favorite part of this class is flying on the simulators, because it really simulates what it's like in real life and shows what a future in aviation could look like for me.
I think the big thing is getting students to start thinking career and getting them to start thinking about what it would take to get to that career. And so we get to start having those conversations. If it is in aviation, then there's tons of opportunity.
hope to do a career in aviation because what would be better than that?
I would recommend this pathway to another student because of the community and family that comes along with it.
I feel good being in the CTE pathway. It's made me friends and given me plenty of real-life experience.
I would recommend this pathway to another student because of the family-like environment and the professional internship that comes along with it.
This pathway is full-on career readiness, so I'm ready for my career when it gets there.
What inspired me to join the CTE pathway was the fact that I was involved with animals beforehand. So when I found out the agriculture department in Orange High School was a thing, I decided to choose it as one of my classes. This pathway has impacted my education with myself setting academic goals. Advice I would give another student joining this program is this program isn't just about animals or the agriculture part of it. It's about making friends and learning how to be yourself, getting out of your comfort zone, and just getting involved in school projects.
Today, I have some exciting news to share about our schools. 15 of our elementary schools and 4 of our middle school programs were named Best in the Nation by U.S. News & World Report, which means they rank in the top 40% of schools in the United States. Half of the ranking formula was based on student proficiency in mathematics and reading for each state, as measured by state assessment tests. The other half was based on the context of socioeconomic demographics. In other words, the top-ranked schools are high-achieving and help make sure all students succeed. Congratulations to our 19 schools joining this prestigious list, as Canyon, El Medina, and Villa Park High Schools have been recognized as best high schools for 5 consecutive years. This honor highlights the incredible work of our students, teachers, parents, and staff. Let's celebrate this achievement together. Share this post and follow us for more great news about OUSD.
Welcome to Orange Unified Alternative Education Programs. At Parkside, we're the proud home of OUSD's 2 main independent studies programs, Homeschool K-8 and Edge Virtual Academy K-12. Edge Virtual Academy K-12 is our largest program at over 300 students with highly qualified teachers. Elementary students have a structured daily schedule with teacher-led instruction in math, language arts, sciences, and social studies with optional intervention daily. The virtual instruction provides the same learning that a student in a traditional in-person school would have. Secondary students have a flexible schedule that uses the district-approved online curriculum APEX. There are daily instructional offerings and check-ins with a focus on specific content to support the online learning.
Orange Unified has really created an amazing option for the parents, and they're very lucky to be able to have the EDGE program. The EDGE program is going to provide for their kids unlike any other online program that I've seen. And I think that we're really lucky that the EDGE program continues to grow and evolve and become an amazing place for all students to be.
We were ready to do homeschool. I was ready to roll up my sleeves and be the teacher. And fortunately, we found EDGE Parkside, and a lot of that teaching work was done for us with an amazing program and amazing teachers who I could partner with. And instead of having to be the leader in that, I get to be a coach, I get to be a partner, I get to really encourage my daughter and help her grow in the ways that she really needs to.
Homeschool is an elementary program that supports families electing to educate their student at home, with a fully credentialed, experienced teacher to provide all curriculum and support.
In Orange, we have teachers assigned to these parents that are homeschooling, and we give them assistance. We guide them in the curriculum, we guide them in how to teach certain subjects, and give them assistance in that way.
It was kind of a surprise for us. Coming into the homeschool program, we didn't know it existed, and when we came across the homeschool program, we were just surprised that there was a teacher to walk alongside us, help get work together, help with grading, answer questions. And we just fell in love with it, and we just love the flexibility of it. We love that curriculum is provided, and that it feels like there's a team supporting Colin when he needs it most.
Every morning it's the same routine. We get up, we will stay in bed a little bit and we'll read right before we start having breakfast. We'll come out, everybody does what they need to do, and then we'll come to the kitchen, do breakfast, and then he'll start doing his schoolwork. And usually he's the one choosing what subject he wants to do. And here we are 2 years in, and we're happy. I wouldn't change it.
At Parkside, our caring, qualified staff takes pride in providing small learning environments to assist students' individual learning, social, and emotional needs. At Parkside, every day is a chance to explore, grow, and succeed.
Welcome to the latest installment of OUSD in 1. We're excited to share that Knoll Canyon and Taft Elementary Schools have been named 2025 California Distinguished Schools by the California Department of Education. This prestigious honor recognizes schools with exceptional student achievement, engagement, and a positive school climate. Knoll Canyon and Taft exemplify the dedication of our educators, students, and families in achieving academic excellence. These outstanding schools are among 45 in Orange County to earn this top distinction based on the 2024 California School Dashboard. A special awards ceremony will be held at the Disneyland Hotel on May 30th. Congratulations to our distinguished schools. This well-deserved recognition reflects the ongoing effort and commitment to student success. A complete list of our award-winning schools and programs is on our website under our schools.
The IB believes that we can use education to make the world a better place.
It's not just about the academics. The IB program focuses on developing the whole child. It's a holistic approach to education.
I do have 2 older children, and as a parent, I wish they were a part of the IB program because I feel they would have a better understanding of how different cultures really impact our everyday lives. We seem a little bit different, but we're really not. We want the same things, and we're all part of the same global community.
Something that's unique about the IB program is how we build our units of inquiry. We take the California state standards and we connect them to universal concepts. We then use the different subject areas to teach to those universal concepts.
For me, the IB program has been a great way to expand children's thinking and children's learning in a deeper way.
Parents should know about the IB program because it enables their child to be critical thinkers. It engages them in lifelong learning skills. It also allows the children to be active and going out into their community and making a difference.
Our students are learning that they have the power to make a positive change in the world. The kids become more knowledgeable, more caring, better communicators. It's really a holistic approach to education.
And so when you're able to teach kids in a way that is meaningful, when you get to see their little faces light up like, aha, I got it. That is such the moment that makes it worthwhile as a teacher. For all the other times where you're maybe not so sure, those moments like going, ah, we can do this. And so that's what IB does.
This school means a lot to not only me, but to my family. It's a safe haven for a lot of us. You know, when my mom passed when I was 10 years old, my oldest brother was going to El Medina, and Steve Bernard, the head baseball coach, took unbelievable care of him and our family. So when I graduated here, I always wanted to potentially give back if I had the resources, and God has blessed me in a wonderful way. So I think it's only fitting that I come back to the place where I've spent many hours dedicating to my craft to be able to build a clubhouse for these kids and the future generation of kids at El Medina.
He enjoys being at El Medina. He finds it as a place where he can come and just kind of be himself and get away from everything.
Freddie is someone anyone can look up to, even if you're not even the biggest Dodger fan. His swing is textbook. He does all the things right. Gold Glover, Silver Slugger. Freddie's just a great overall guy, very generous, homegrown, like played on this exact field that we're playing on.
Knowing that this program can make Major League and Hall of Famers and know that the coaches are here and you can trust them.
A lot of these kids might not go on to play baseball beyond high school, so to experience a really cool clubhouse with an awesome coaching staff and Josh Kleiner, I think that's something that these kids will be able to cherish for the rest of their lives.
As a program as a whole, we're very thankful for Freddie and his generosity toward us, and we can't wait to see what his clubhouse is going to look like and what it's going to do for us as a program.
We're super proud of you, the way you handle everything, class through and through, and everything that you do. It never ceases to amaze me. On top of that, this extremely incredible donation that you're giving us and what you're giving back to your high school is so incredible to us, and I just want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you very much, Freddie. It's going to be awesome.
Thank you, Freddie!
We're very excited to be able to present our teacher grants this year. We have $45,000 that we have raised over in various fundraisers, and we're out giving deliveries of our grants today.
Days like today make it so worthwhile because any money we raise goes straight back into the schools. Today we gave out money for new iPads, we gave out money for a library vending machine.
I've been trying so hard to get this money for an art vending machine at Villa Park Elementary. I've written multiple grants and I'm super excited to get this one. Thank you so much for your support.
Super excited, obviously, to get help with buying stuff for our kids. We plan on buying reading. We have a reading program that we will buy. We're also buying a lot of sensory items for our kids.
I'm incredibly excited. Thank you so much for the grant. My students are going to love using this. The plan is to get some more iPads.
I'm going to use this money for our AVID program because we started off with only 2 periods of AVID and we're expanding. And so I would like for all the teachers teaching AVID to have flags like that and anything that the students need. So I'm going to use it for supplies and things like that.
This is amazing, and this is my 2nd year, so I'm really glad and thankful that we received this money, and we're planning to use it to buy another 3D printer since our current printers are not working. So this is going to go a long way to help a lot of our students.
My favorite thing to do at Palmyra is in the morning welcome all of our students as they enter the gate. That's the way we start our day right, is knowing that they're welcome and that they are special. Palmyra is a great place to be, a great place for students and parents and our staff. We work hard here to provide a valuable, strong education. We're excited that we are now Palmyra Gate Magnet to highlight our program, to really promote what we do here. We have excellent teachers, staff, aides, and front office, and we're proud of it.
I love Palmyra. I've been here this is my 26th year teaching. So that's where I started, same classroom, same grade. The teachers, the students are amazing. So when I was subbing, I just noticed the culture here was different than any other school I had visited. So when I was offered the job, I took it, and I've been here ever since. I think the students here feel safe. They feel safe, they feel loved. That makes kids want to come to school. So when kids want to come to school, they're going to listen, they're going to learn, and they get all the things they need to be successful in the future.
The students love to come to Palmyra every day because in the classrooms they have a positive environment where they can be with their friends, they grow in their creativity, they grow in their learning. We think about a lot of complex questions and go deeper into the content, and there are so many programs at our school, both after school and in school, that really help them flourish and allow them to do what they like and to grow in that area.
The students, for me, are the #1 reason why I do this job. Making a difference in their lives is what I want to do, and it's my passion. So when kids look back on their time at Palmyra, I would like them to remember the relationships that they've built, the excellent foundation of education that they received at Palmyra, the experiences, whether it was newspaper club, robotics, dance, folklorico, chess, that they knew that they were able to enjoy their elementary years and that Palmyra was a great school for them.
At El Medina High School, science transcends mere subject matter. It embodies a mission. Thanks to a strong partnership with the nonprofit Get Inspired and the Hub SeaWorld Research Institute,
students are working to restore California's ocean ecosystems, one fish at a time. This semester, El Medina students in Jessica Anderson's ecological research class raised white sea bass, learning about the species' decline due to overfishing and how conservation science is helping them recover. From daily tank cleaning and water testing to feeding and measuring the fish, students were immersed in real-time marine biology, ultimately releasing their fish into Huntington Beach Harbor. The Sea Bass in the Classroom program offers students throughout Southern California a rare, hands-on experience in marine science, contributing to a statewide initiative that releases over 100,000 white sea bass annually. Each fish is tagged for tracking, and when one is caught, anglers are encouraged to send in the fish's head, assisting researchers in monitoring the species' survival and migration patterns.
For $58.37, anybody can get a fishing license to take from the ocean every single day, but there's really nobody who puts things back in the ocean. And so these students have had a wonderful lesson this year. They learned about how we lost the white sea bass from overfishing, and now they get to be part of the solution.
Our El Medina students are doing just that, giving back, restoring life, and discovering the true meaning of stewardship.
Each day we start off with our morning routine. My children really love that because they're involved and they get to participate. The kids also just love when we sing our songs to listen and calm down. We use our Larry listening skills. They understand that if we don't listen, we won't learn, and how important that is.
Very quiet, you should really try it, listening well. Listening well.
At the beginning of the year, they could not listen and then answer a question because they were thinking of something else, but they've really seemed to achieve the understanding that all learning happens when we're paying attention. And so that has been super exciting in our class.
I agree. This morning I was implementing an Orton Gillingham training, so it really focuses on multi-sensory approach, which really helps students with dyslexia and students that are struggling readers. I had some visuals for them to identify digraphs, which was the squiggly on the line, and then we had a blending board for reading. I've seen huge gains in the last few months. Students are just hitting mastery checks quickly, so that means they're blending a lot faster, and they're just being a more fluent reader.
Each day the children have a different partner. That way they learn to talk to all of their friends in the room, and they learn to take turns playing it. The self-regulation is really a tough piece for them, as they have to listen and they have to stop playing when the music stops and says, shh. And it's working on fine motor, we're sharing, we're building language and vocabulary as they do these things.
Currently here at Fairhaven, we have our OT Sensory Lab, which focuses on children's OT skills, which comes from fine motor skills to flex seating to movement to rotating to taking turns and waiting their turns.
First, Miss Kim's turn, then your turn.
Working with the ed specialists, we've realized that pushing into the class and helping them focus and just sit to learn would have been the best thing for them. So we do reflex integration exercises, which helps them focus and attend when they're at their desk for a longer period of time. They started off at the year not being able to do any of it, and now most of them are pretty independent with their exercises.
Stephen is a 6th grade student here at Canyon Hill School who is deaf and blind. Stephen has improved in 3 different areas: his receptive communication, his expressive communication, and his mobility. His expressive and receptive language is based on a communication system for individuals that are deaf and blind, which include objects, tangible symbols, texture symbols, and sign language. He's more able to understand and express himself. He has shown tremendous growth in his mobility. He started in a wheelchair and is now able to move about campus with minimal support and trailing with his hand along his path. Overall, Stephen has worked hard to participate in the school environment as well as with adults and peers.
Right here are parallel lines. Co-taught has really brought a lot more energy into my teaching here over the last 5 years. It's 6, and what's the angle measurement over there? Perfect. Are those equal? Yes. Done deal. Usually we have about 25–30% of the students have an IEP within the classroom. Over the next 48 minutes, I'm really proud of the teamwork that my co-teacher and I have done, because I really feel like we have like a magic trick that goes on in here. These students who have an IEP by this age know they have special education. But what co-taught does for about 48 minutes is make that disappear.
Jessica, she and I were working on a little bit on cane skills, just a review of constant contact cane technique. We were also working on street crossings in a business district. Visually she's crossing, but she's also auditorily, using the traffic sounds. She's using the pedestrian walk signal. As she's graduating, moving into college, and going to be independent, these are skills that we're working on and preparing her for independent life in her future.
This is Inclusion PE at Canyon High. Basically, the biggest, most important thing for us is to get these kids moving with their typical friends. The biggest benefits that our kids acquire here are independent skills, teamwork skills, and also a lot of sportsmanship skills.
I run the Workability Grant here at Orange Unified School District. The grant is money that we receive from the state of California for students who are in the special education program. It provides them opportunities to have above and beyond vocational and pre-vocational skills.
What we do at Adult Transition is basically what the word says, transition. They're transitioning out of high school into us, and we are just a small stop on the way to the next step, which is adulthood. We help them all year long with the soft skills as well as the hard skills that go along with doing an interview. The things that they work on is posture, eye contact, being prepared both physically, emotionally, and having the correct clothes. And then the day of the interview, they dress up in their Sunday best. We rode the OCTA to Santiago Canyon College, where Heather had set up for the professional interview setting. And while they were interviewed, we videotaped them for evaluation purposes.
What do you think it takes to be successful in this position?
What I think it takes to be successful in this position is being a good worker, a good listener, and a helper. Thank you for interviewing me.
The feedback that I get from the students that have already graduated is that this was a very valuable experience, and they were able to fall back on their past experience, and both the positives and the negatives that went with it. They knew how to deal with the anxiety, but they were confident that they could succeed.
I want school to be a happy place to be, a place where they feel secure and loved and that they can be successful.
I love teaching students with disabilities, because if you get to know these students, they bring so much joy to your life.
Seeing their eyes light up when you teach them something new, or when they realize a skill that they didn't think they could do that they actually have, is the best part of my job. It's what keeps me coming back every day and just wanting more.
This job has many different facets, but all of them come down to one thing, and it's the success and independence of the students.
Congratulations, Elena, on being selected as one of Orange Unified's Teachers of the Year. You have been a tremendous leader on this campus, helping grow our AVID program, not only helping our students, but our staff make sure that we're able to implement our best strategies every single day in every single classroom.
want to thank the Orange High School community and the OUSD community. I have really enjoyed working in the AVID program at both Yorba and Orange High School. And in this role, I've been able to work with so many teachers and people district-wide. And this is definitely not something I would have been able to do on my own. So I really do appreciate the partnerships that I have made. So thank you again.
Congratulations again. We are truly lucky to have you on our campus.
Mrs. Pollocky truly is an exceptional teacher. She demonstrates so much passion and energy every single day in her classroom and provides wonderful learning opportunities for all of her students. She is also an integral part of our school community in her role as our leadership advisor and all of the work that she does to make sure our students get to experience overnight field trips during middle school. The most special thing about Mrs. Pollocky is that you can tell that she is fulfilled and gets a lot of joy out of everything she does here at McPherson.
This has been absolutely amazing. I'm completely shocked, and I am so thankful for my principal, Brina, and my assistant principal, Linda, and for my team of middle school teachers, and also my team of K-8 teachers, and then especially for my students who I just love to death.
Thank you, Mrs. Pollocky, for all of your work, and congratulations on being named one of Orange Unified's Teacher of the Year.
Congratulations, Mrs. Safa, for being selected as one of OUSD's Teachers of the Year. Mrs. Safa is the epitome of what every parent wants for their child and a teacher. From the moment the students walk through the door in their morning circles to the end of the day in their closing circles and everything in between. She loves her students, and it shows with everything that she does. We are so lucky here at Chapman Hills to have Ms. Safa as one of our teachers.
Thank you, everybody. I'm so excited to be chosen as OUSD's Teacher of the Year. I'm so grateful to everyone who has helped me along the way to get here. And I just want to help say a big thank you to my students, too, for helping me shine bright. So thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Safa.
Mr. Memo is an outstanding employee and so well-deserving of this award. He comes to work every single day with a smile on his face and brings so much positive energy that he shares with everyone around him. His motto that he says almost every day to me is, "No problems, only solutions." He is always willing to help and go the extra mile for anybody on campus. He makes such a strong impact on our school culture because he takes time to care about students, staff, parents, anything that's going on, he puts his best effort towards.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate all my team, my school. Thanks to you guys to have the time to come over and do this for me, for us. Thank you very much. And my entire school, thank you very much. The kids, everything, because if they don't show up, I don't have work. I love my job. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you, Memo, and all the work that you do. Congratulations on being named one of Orange Unified's Classified Employees of the Year.
Congratulations to Linda McCausland for being named one of Orange Unified's Classified Employee of the Year. Linda McCausland is the librarian here at Linda Vista, and she has been here for almost 30 years. Mrs. McCausland has a true heart for children, and it is evident that she loves her job very much. She goes above and beyond every single day here at Linda Vista, and we're truly fortunate to have her.
This is a really great honor and a nice surprise. I love doing what I do, so having a little recognition like this is always a good thing, but I truly do it for all my Linda Vista kids. I've been around for almost 30 years and watched them all grow up, and I do what I do because I love it. And I think that's what a lot of us do here at Orange Unified. We do what we do for the kids.
Congratulations again, Mrs. McCausland. We're so thankful for you.
Rosa truly is the heart and soul of La Vida. She is an outstanding instructional assistant and helps our students each and every day with a smile on her face. The students always look forward to Miss Rosa coming into the classroom because she cheers them on and helps them succeed each and every day. Not only is she an outstanding employee, she is a parent here at La Vida, and even more unique to the story, Rosa attended La Vida as a student. And now her children attend La Vida, and she's giving back to the community and serving as an instructional aide and coaching and cheering our students on to achieve their very best.
I just want to say thank you to the district. This is a great surprise for me. I wasn't expecting it, but I do this with love, and I just like to show up every day. I mean, the time flies here, and I couldn't have done it without the help of my fellow colleagues and the kids. They make my heart happy.
Congratulations, Rosa, on being named one of OUSD's Classified Employees of the Year.
It is a privilege and honor to be able to congratulate Diana Galleta on being selected as one of Orange Unified's Classified Administrators of the Year. Diana consistently demonstrates exceptional dedication to the well-being of our students and staff. Her proactive leadership and commitment to creating safe learning environments has made a significant impact across our district.
Honestly, to be nominated and recognized was just enough, but this is completely unexpected. It really makes everything I do every single day all worth it all over again. So I want to say thank you to all my colleagues. We all work really hard and do the best that we can do every day, and we'll continue to do so.
Felicidades, Diana. This recognition is well-deserved.
I'd like to congratulate Lisa Green as one of Orange Unified's Administrators of the Year. Lisa's a wonderful professional covering everything from CTE to the arts to English language arts and math. She's also a great person, and she embodies all the values of Orange Unified School District.
I just want to say thank you to LTO for this honor. I am so excited, and I just want to say that I have the best team ever in the curriculum department and in ed services as a whole, and I'm really honored to get this award. Thank you.
Congratulations, Lisa.
I want to congratulate Dennis McHouston for being named one of Orange Unified School District's Administrators of the Year. For the last 20 years, I've had the pleasure of working alongside Dennis in several capacities across the district. He has been at multiple levels in multiple schools and has always shown the same commitment and dedication to the excellence and student achievement at his sites. This year, Dennis has had the opportunity to step in and support the students and staff of Villa Park High School in multiple ways.
I'm so honored to receive this award. This is not an individual award. This goes out to all the people that we've worked with, I've worked with through all the school sites. Amazing family, amazing team, Orange Unified. So this is for everybody. Thank you.
Great job, Dennis. We are so excited that you're part of our team. Congratulations.
Hello, Orange Unified staff and families. I want to wish every one of you a happy new year. There's a special energy that comes with January, a sense of renewal and a fresh outlook on the year. My hope for 2026 is that our schools continue to be places where every child feels inspired to dream big and supported to chase those dreams. But we know that hope isn't just a feeling, it's something we build together. And the foundation of that hope is the safety and well-being of our children. I know there is uncertainty in the world around us right now. I want to be very clear. Our schools are fully equipped with robust safety protocols. We are working in lockstep with local law enforcement to monitor our broader community, and our staff is trained and prepared to maintain a secure learning environment. Our schools remain safe havens for learning, and we remain vigilant so that our scholars can focus on just being children. Because we are secure in our safety measures, we can look forward to building a stronger future for OUSD. That future requires transparency, connection, and engagement. So here are 2 updates. First, our Resource Optimization Coalition is actively reviewing data to ensure our resources are used effectively for all students. This work is focused on aligning our facilities with our aspirations, and we will be sharing a comprehensive update on their progress in the coming months. Second, to help us stay connected as one community, I am thrilled to announce that Parent Square is coming to all schools fall 2026. Many of our sites are already using this platform, and we are excited to bring everyone onto the same page. This will streamline how we communicate, from emergency alerts to classroom news, bringing everything into one easy-to-use app. We have work to do, but the best part is that we're doing it together. So thank you for trusting us with your children, and thank you for your partnerships. Let's make this a safe, successful, and inspiring 2026. We are OUSD.
As we are part of a community school now, we have been able to provide a lot more support and resources to our families. We have been able to expand our services for English classes, our Learning Links program, just our monthly meetings that we hold here for our ELAC families.
One of the things that I began to do when I first stepped into my role was to build community relationships with our families and to build that trust that needed to be done.
Another reason why this has been such a special initiative is that we are a bridge from elementary to high school. So we have had events at our school, Portola Middle School, where we invite families from our feeder schools to participate to start that engagement with them early on.
Our community centers allow us to serve our families at a higher capacity. Many of our centers feature workstations, food pantries, uniform closets, school supplies, amongst other fundamental resources.
One of the reasons why I love the Community Schools program is the Youth Centers is always looking for ways to fill a need. And the Community Schools help us find those needs because they are so intrinsically tied to the population of the school that they serve.
I think that's part of what Community Schools is about, helping each other, helping our community.
This month, we're celebrating a very special milestone, the 10th year of our district's annual Warm Hands, Warm Hearts event. Each December, the OUSD community comes together to support student success by making sure our students have what they need to stay warm during the winter months. The goal is simple, to ensure that every foster and homeless youth in our district receives a brand new winter jacket, a pair of shoes, and other essential items. This program began with one student who walked into an elementary school front office with cold, wet feet. His shoes were falling apart, held together only with tape. The school contacted our Office of Student and Community Services for help, and we quickly realized he wasn't alone, that many students across our district were struggling with even the most basic necessities. Since then, the Warm Hands, Warm Hearts program has grown thanks to the incredible generosity of our community. This year, with the support of our local organizations, partners, and dedicated staff, we're preparing to provide more than 800 gifts for our most vulnerable students. Together, we're warming hands, warming hearts, and strengthening our OUSD community. Thank you to everyone who helps make this program possible.
Marine Corps Junior ROTC is a leadership and character development program designed to equip our cadets, as we call our students, with life skills they can use to be successful regardless of what they choose to do in the future. They also have higher GPAs, lower absentee rates, lower incidence of disciplinary problems, and more likely to pursue higher education after high school.
We do a daily schedule of exercises. We do physical fitness, such as running, push-ups, and then any other calisthenics, flutter kicks, jumping jacks.
This whole program has shaped me to be someone who can be proud of who they are, someone who can show and stand their ground. I thank this program for teaching me lots of things.
Pues el programa me cambió todo eso. De alguna manera me hizo esforzar un poco más, hizo sacar lo mejor de mí, mis estudios, mejoré demasiado en la escuela. De una manera u otra, también este programa está marcando mucho mi futuro.
They encourage us a lot to go into college, to do university, to do whatever that we're passionate about, but just to have an education.
Everything is a team effort. You have to learn how to be selfless, how to help others, how to push the people in front of you. I believe that being a leader is teaching others how to become leaders of their own.
I see the results every day when I talk to the cadets about their experiences here, the life-changing experiences that they have, the confidence it develops, the discipline it develops, the self-reliance.
Without GRC, I wouldn't know the options. GRC offers a lot of options. They could still guide you to scholarships, but they could even help you with the enlistment. I got to meet good recruiters and they're sending me in the right path.
Orange High School has one of the largest Marine Corps ROTC units in the Western United States. And I must say, these cadets are the leaders of tomorrow.
At Canyon High School, students were offered a warm way to pause and reset during this busy week of testing. ASB students worked closely with kitchen manager Chris Jones to plan and execute the event, handling everything from preparation to distribution during nutrition break.
As part of my Student Board Representative project, we're partnering with the cafeteria to give back to the students, especially during stressful finals week, with a goal of 700 hot chocolates to students.
Our ASB friends, they are pulling off a hot chocolate event for the school. We're just helping them out a little bit on the production side, a little bit of training on how you produce between 600 and 1,000 hot chocolates and serve them in a 15-minute period. Look what we did in a very short amount of time. Let's serve everybody who wants hot chocolate today. I'm so proud of you guys.
The collaboration paid off, with students coming together to warmly greet and serve their peers. A simple idea a big impact, and a reminder that at Canyon High School, community and care are always on the menu.
Dia de los Muertos is a celebration that we do every year here at Jordan Academy. It brings the community together. It's a time to celebrate together, to learn more about other cultures and how other people celebrate. And it is just a special time here at Jordan Academy.
The Day of the Dead is a celebration that we have every single year that not only celebrates our loved ones who have passed, but it really celebrates our culture and brings our community together.
Our hope and dream for our students is they leave here and carry an awareness of culture with them as they go through their years here in Orange Unified.
My hope is that we continue this tradition, that we continue to provide these opportunities for the students, because it really is to celebrate them and give them these opportunities that they can have these memories forever.
Villa Park High School recently hosted its inaugural VP Remembers, where history comes to life. Throughout the day, the Villa Park High School Gymnasium transformed into a powerful space for reflection as veterans of all ages stepped forward to share their stories, experiences, and lived history with our students, each offering a unique window into the realities of duty, teamwork, and resilience. These presentations gave students a rare, first-hand connection to the past and a deeper understanding of service and sacrifice. The event also welcomed military recruiters who are on hand to answer questions and provide our students with insight about today's military, helping bridge the past with the present. VP Remembers gave students an unforgettable opportunity to connect with history and honor those who served, bringing the past off the page and into the hearts of the next generation.
Welcome to Chapman Hills Elementary, where community, creativity, and collaboration come to life. With passionate teachers, a dedicated support staff, and an incredible PTA, every child is seen, supported, and celebrated.
We chose the school because of the community feel. The teachers are absolutely outstanding. The leadership here is fantastic. And so it has a very strong kind of community, and we really gravitated towards that for our daughter.
Communication can be an issue for a lot of schools, and I think that's one thing that Chapman Hills really excels at is the constant communication you have with your teachers, with the staff. There's a genuine care for every student here, and they want to make sure that your child succeeds in every possible way.
When I come to school, I feel very excited because my teacher gives us a bunch of opportunities to learn different things.
The teachers here give us everything we need to succeed, and they're really nice and encouraging.
Yeah, up close, quail.
I think the world of this school. As a mental health clinician myself, I really care about my son's confidence levels, his safety, if he's feeling supported and cared for, and I really feel that at Chapman Hills. I feel that with the teachers, the administration, the fellow parents. It's just such a wonderful community here.
Everybody here has such a great and unique bond with everybody. The parents, the kids, the staff, everybody really works together to make Chapman Hills the amazing school that it is.
This school is very special because its location, its small schoolhouse feel in a beautiful neighborhood against the back hills of the canyon, and it's just a wonderful place. It is, it's just beautiful.
Chapman Hills Elementary. We're more than a school, we're a community.
Orange Unified was proud to host special Thanksgiving incentive ceremonies honoring students who have shown resilience, growth, and a strong commitment to their education. OUSD students, 3 each from Sycamore, Lamson, and Fairhaven elementary schools, were celebrated for making positive choices this fall season. Each honoree received a certificate and a Stater Brothers gift card to support their families as they prepare for the Thanksgiving holiday. The ceremonies were sponsored by the Orange County Gang Reduction and Intervention Partnership, also known as OC GRIP, along with our Student and Community Services team and school staff. OC GRIP representatives, campus leaders, district partners, and families join together to celebrate our students' achievements and strengthen connections within our community. We hope you have a great, relaxing holiday break.
Here at Yorba, we take pride in our community. We strive to ensure that all students are scholars, leaders, and champions.
We teach and lead with love. We are Yorba, we are family.
The teachers here care. They care for the students, and you'll see that our rooms are open at lunch. The kids know that they can come and ask for help, and we're there for them.
They know that they have a place here to come and hang out and create and be who they are. What we're doing here, I think, is super special.
The kids are sweet, the parents are nice, the staff and the teachers have been engaging. I couldn't ask for anybody better to teach the kids. It's the only junior high in Orange Unified School District that has a dual immersion program in Spanish.
Que tienen definitivamente pues una gran ventaja a otras escuelas de que tengan aquí a los maestros que hablen 2 idiomas, inglés y español.
Muy buena escuela, la recomiendo porque es excelente los maestros, el personal, se siente uno como en casa, tanto los niños como nosotros los padres.
Their staff really makes a difference. The effort they put into it, the love that they have for what they do, it shows in their kids, it shows in the community they're building here.
One thing I love about Yorba is the teachers that make sure the whole class gets it. If you don't understand like a thing like that, really come over and help you to really make sure you get it. Like they won't move on until you get it.
They really care about you here. Teachers here, they care about your experience and how you learn, and they'll give you different ways to learn your subject.
Each November, the Marine Corps JROTC program at Orange High School proudly hosts its annual ceremony honoring the birthday of the United States Marine Corps, a time-honored tradition that celebrates the legacy, values, and service of Marines past and present. This year's event held special significance as it marked the 250th birthday of the Marine Corps, commemorating 2.5 centuries of courage, commitment, and honor since its founding in 1775. The annual ceremony featured a formal color guard, patriotic tributes, and a luncheon attended by district and community leaders. One of the most meaningful moments was the traditional cake cutting ceremony, where the oldest Marine in attendance presents the first slice to the youngest Marine, a symbolic passing of wisdom, experience, and responsibility from one generation to the next. Moments like these reflect what our cadets practice every day: leadership, discipline, and respect. Qualities that not only honor the Marine Corps legacy, but also strengthen our schools and community. Thank you to our students, instructors, families, and local partners for helping uphold this proud tradition and for exemplifying the spirit of service that defines both Orange High School and the Orange Unified Community.
Fletcher is a great, loving family. It is the diverse student population here makes us very special and unique.
Fletcher is amazing regardless if you're choosing the Mandarin immersion program or the English only. They're getting exposed to different diverse cultures and learning a lot of empathy and respect.
Not only do you get the dual immersion, but you can combine that with GATE. Take the things they're learning in GATE and not only apply it in English, but also apply it in Mandarin.
We work really well with the Mandarin teachers. We're not separated. We're all collectively together. If you go into the Mandarin class, you'll see different because you see the Mandarin. But if you walk into my classrooms, you're going to see the same things that are happening, same writing, same things on the wall, same activities. They share stuff with us. We share stuff with them.
Our children are recognized for the great things that they do and the milestones that they've reached. Although my children are not in the Mandarin immersion program, I think it's really important that we embrace all that that has to offer. It's a part of our entire community.
Fletcher has provided so many resources for not only the children, but for the parents. When my children have some difficulty with their homework or assignment, there's always a teacher of some sort to help.
It's such a positive environment. The parents are great, the teachers are amazing and caring and into what they do. You really couldn't hope for a better situation.
We hope you felt the heart of our school, where every student belongs, every voice matters, and every day is an opportunity to thrive. We are honored to be part of your child's journey, and we can't wait to grow and learn together.
Here in Early Learning at Orange Unified, we are proud to provide our youngest learners a strong foundation. That's why I love our preschool program. It gives our students that love for learning and allows them to start developing their social-emotional skills.
They're interacting with other kids. They're not at home where it's like some of them don't have siblings. So they come to school to learn how to share and learn how to problem solve. It's more about socially and emotionally, how to make friends, how to solve problems, critical thinking. As you can see, the classroom is set up where they can explore, they can learn and discover.
Our preschools are centered on play-based learning, so it's not like heavily structured in, assignments and worksheets, which is what they're gonna get, later on in life. And so we like to really foster our program into having fun with our children.
Our children spend so much of their childhood in school. It's so important for them to have built that foundation to prepare them for their long educational career that's coming. And that all starts here with preschool.
I think it's the best idea to get them introduced right away because it gives your child an opportunity to grow with everyone their own age.
It's nice for them to learn how to make those connections with other kids and starting to learn how to talk to other kids and approach them and say, do you want to play with me? And learn that sometimes they want to play, sometimes they don't.
As a parent and as a teacher, I love to see my child want to go to school and be happy and want to play with their friends. And to be able to give that gift to students at such a young age, you're not losing anything, but you're gaining so much more.
We are here to help you navigate the enrollment process and answer any questions you may have. Call us today to get your child started on their educational journey.
The Orange Unified School District's second annual Celebration of Schools was held on Wednesday, October 15th at Villa Park High School. This community event, hosted by OUSD and the Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation, celebrated the achievements of our students and schools while raising funds to support programs that benefit students and educators in our district. Guests enjoyed an evening of dinner and discovery, with program showcases from transitional kindergarten through high school, including our career technical education pathways, and opportunities to explore our new and modernized facilities. This year's theme, Pathways to Possibilities, also marked the introduction of our new Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Rachel Menares. Special thanks to OUPSF and their sponsors for their generous and continued support.
As you grow older, you will always be able to reflect on your high school years and accomplishments proudly. The students in this class represent some of the best and brightest in the nation.
As you stand today on the front lines of your future, know this: you are ready, you are resilient, and you will always be part of the El Medina family.
Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. As you take on this next chapter in your journey, do it with confidence. You've proven time and time again that you are capable of facing sudden change and succeeding.
As you leave here today, I urge you to embrace the challenges ahead with the same determination you've shown throughout your time here. The world is waiting for your brilliance. Carry your experiences with pride and never forget the power of your story.
The world needs more people just like you, who can think differently, who can find unconventional solutions to conventional problems. You've proven that there's more than one way to succeed.
In life, whatever you do it with purpose, do it with passion, and do it with pride. I close with words from the great Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it's done. Class of 2025, go show the world what's possible.
OUSD students, families, and staff came together for the annual Walk to School Day. It was a wonderful opportunity to promote healthy habits, strengthen our community, and encourage safe routes to school. From parents walking hand in hand with their children to neighbors cheering students along the way, it was a great reminder of the power of community support in education. Thank you to our community partners for helping our young scholars get to school safely, and to everyone who participated and made this year's Walk to School Day a success.
It's a lot of fun, and you should have those experiences and know how to cook for yourself. You get to learn about different cultures through their food. There's always so many different things to learn. It's helped me rediscover my love for cooking, and now I want to go possibly to Orange Coast to join their culinary program.
My favorite thing about the program is just being able to be creative, going through the entire songwriting process. It just allows for a really interactive environment. This class has prepared me for after high school, since I'm going into UNLV, taking their entertainment engineering pathway. I'm hoping to do studio engineering and recording bands, movies, albums, just record labels in general.
I like the CTE program because it can give me real-life experiences. I've done multiple CTE programs in my time in high school, and I've gained a lot from all of them. I have my primary classes and a couple of APs, but yeah, I really like the CTE classes.
The base of the program is about exposure to see if you're really interested in it. You get to see hands-on, do a lot of book work as well, but on the weekends we do manipulative stuff that teaches them how to throw ladders, how to squirt water, how to pull hose, things like that, and how to adapt and how to be part of a team and how you integrate into the fire department and the station.
It's great. I get to be in this firehouse. I get to learn what firefighters do, and I could get the basics of what I need for the academy.
I'd say this class is more fun than other classes because you're doing more hands-on work and you're not just sitting in a classroom most of the time. I really like this class because you're also just putting in work into your future.
We don't expect them to be perfect at it. We want them to have the basic knowledge to do it, so when they're exposed to it and they practice and practice, then they have way ahead of the game.
The cool thing about the Spider Lab is that it prepares our students for what's to come next, for those that are interested in following this through not just high school, but as a career in college.
I'm very grateful to have CTE as a pathway here at Villa Park. I know everything that I'm going to go into in the future does have to do with technology. I mean, I do content creation on the side right now, so this class as is has prepared me to work and further my career that I've started.
I find the hands-on experience about this class interesting because I can think of a design, I can make it in Photoshop, and then I can go onto a machine and I can, go through this process of using raw materials like ink and sticker paper, and I can make the design and I can put it on something, and I have a physical, tangible object in front of me that's it's awesome because I made it.
What I get out of it, I would say there's a lot more professional experience than you would get out of any other high school class, because you learn things like how to create an invoice on QuickBooks, which I don't think any other high schooler knows at this school who hasn't taken this class.
They walk out with certificates letting them know that they are certified to use all the machines in this class. So they're already ready to jump into a design or a print shop and be able to assist there, to intern there, to build up more of their value as they go through school. So it's a good opportunity for the students.
Ladies and gentlemen, I call this open session meeting of January 22nd, 2026, the special board meeting of the education meeting to order at 7:08. I'd like to have a report out on closed session decisions by Dr. Menares.
There is no report out at this time.
Thank you very much. Therefore, I will adjourn this meeting at 7:08 p.m. And now I'd like to call this meeting to order for January 22nd, 2026, the regular board meeting of the Board of Education at 7:09 p.m. Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum?
We do.
Thank you. And now we will move into the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance this evening, this is our inaugural Pledge of Allegiance extravaganza, and it will be with Santiago Charter Middle School, led by the Dr. Jim DiAgostino, to come and have his people come up and do the Pledge of Allegiance. So please rise if you are able.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Principal Pedroza.
Great. Good evening, President Dr. Glass, esteemed trustees and student trustees, Superintendent Menares, OUSD Cabinet, and our OUSD family. My name is Ashley Pedroza, and I'm in my 11th year as the proud principal at Santiago Charter Middle School. I'm honored to share a glimpse of what's possible when vision meets collaboration. At Santiago Charter Middle School, our dual enrollment program is opening doors to middle school students, allowing them to take authentic college courses and earn transferable college credit years earlier than traditionally imagined. This is one of the only opportunities of its kind in the Western United States, and it exists because of a powerful partnership between the California Department of Ed, Orange County Department of Ed, Santiago Canyon College, Santiago Charter Middle School, and the dedicated educators who believed middle school students could rise to this challenge. By June of 2026, Santiago students will have earned well over 700 transferable college credits, a remarkable return on belief and collaboration. Our work has already drawn interest in personal visits from the California State Senator Dr. Stephen Choi, U.S. Representative Congresswoman Young Kim, Orange County Superintendent Dr. Stefan Bean, representatives from both U.S. Senator Adam Schiff's office and California Assembly Member Philip Chen's office, as well as others, because this is not just a program, it's a replicable model for middle schools across the state and nation. We brought you a small folder of some Santiago swag that includes some recent news articles about the program, along with invitations to some upcoming events. Most importantly, this program is changing student trajectories. Tonight, you're going to hear a few words from each of the students that are living this experience. As the students join me at the podium, I'd like to draw your attention to the number on their sweatshirt, which indicates how many college credits they will have when they complete their time in 8th grade at Santiago Charter Middle School. And I'm going to pass it off to Alex.
Hi, my name is Alexander Harrington, and I'm in the 8th grade at Santiago. The most commonly asked question I used to get was what I want to do after I'm done with school. And I didn't know that, but with this program, it helped me show that I want to be a lawyer. And with this program, I can shave 2 years off the 7-year journey to becoming a lawyer.
Good evening, my name is Fernando Luna, and I attend to Santiago Charter Middle School. I'm an 8th grader, and I feel very fortunate to study at this awesome school, especially for the great opportunity to earn college credits. It's a huge help financially, and it's given me the chance for experience college level classes, saving me the time to the long run, and proud to be at this school. Santiago has incredible teachers who are always there for us and guide us down to the right path. Thank you so much, Santiago, and all of you guys for this great opportunity.
Hi, my name is Avery. I'm in 8th grade, and this is my 2nd year in dual enrollment. I'm someone who gets anxious for the future, but with dual enrollment, I can plan for my future in a way that is flexible but reassuring.
Hello, my name is Charlie Chang, and I'm an 8th grader currently enrolled in Santiago's dual enrollment program. Thanks to dual enrollment, I've gained a coveted head start both academically and financially, earning college credits at the expense of nothing. In this class, I'm my only limit, which has empowered me to break free from the regimens that often restrict other elective classes, helping me reach my true academic potential.
Hi, my name is Addison Rush, and I am proud to say that I am part of the dual enrollment program here at Santiago. One of the reasons why I chose to take part in getting college credits is because when I take these college courses, it'll help me when I want to someday become an allergist and study immunology.
Good evening. My name is Ella Phillips. I'm in 8th grade, and I've been a part of the dual enrollment program for 2 years. Dual enrollment has opened up so many opportunities for me and will continue to help and guide me through my higher education and personal life. This program will also help me narrow down which major I would like to pursue and which university I would like to attend, which will help me in such a significant way. Thank you and have a good night.
Hello, my name is Kayla Vu, and I'm currently a freshman in Canyon High, following the dual enrollment plan with Santiago Charter Middle School. Dual enrollment is beneficial towards Santiago Charter Middle School because it shifts our perspective of junior high to college life, which eases the intimidation of high-level academic work, contributing to a strong, growing foundation for both secondary and higher education. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Violet Pruder, and this is my second year in this program. One way this program has truly helped me is by bringing me closer to my late dad, who also pursued early college programs. To close this out, I would like to take this opportunity to say, on behalf of Santiago Charter Middle School, thank you for your time and for your support for this amazing program. Have a great night.
Thank you so much for that presentation, for leading us through the Pledge of Allegiance and the flag salute, but also for your dedication to your own education, for the brainchild that is the administration over there at Santiago. We appreciate what you're doing. Thank you for being our inaugural group. Thank you.
How you doing, food?
Good on you. Oh, they're photographer.
It's all right, I'm tall. I'll just go over it.
All right, thank you very much. So at this time, we will have a report of closed session decisions by Dr. Menarez.
There were no actions taken in the regular scheduled closed session meeting.
Excellent, thank you. Now we'll move to adopting the agenda. May I please have a motion?
Motion to adopt.
Trustee Thomas. Trustee Vane. Trustee Thomas had the motion and Trustee Vane seconded. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 6-0-1. Okay, now we will move into
Trustee Glass, may
Yes.
I take a point of personal privilege and acknowledge Mr. Besta. He was a former principal at El Rancho, and I was his PTA president at the time. So I just want to say welcome, and I understand you're on the board of Santiago, so thank you for being here.
Thank you for your continued service. Now we're going to move into our school spotlight. This week, or at least this meeting, we will have Canyon High School, Lorelai Giroux. So excited to have her come up.
board. Yes. Is it the?
You're just going to push the little over here to the right. Okay, perfect. And when you get to the slides that have the video, one click gets you to the slide, another click starts the video.
Okay. Good evening, President Glass, members of the board, Superintendent Monades. I would like to tell you about all the amazing opportunities here at Canyon, but honestly would be here for a while. So instead, I'd like to focus on something unique to our school and something students interact with every day, our cafeteria. These past years, our cafeteria went through a renovation along with new leadership under our head chef, Chris. These changes weren't just about how this cafeteria looks, but about how it functions for students and how it supports our school community. One major improvement was adding new sections to the cafeteria. Chris has been experimenting with the new to-go lunch line for students in a hurry, a flowing line for balanced meals, and a dedicated breakfast area. These changes make it easier for students to grab food on the go as they head to their after-school activities. These new cafeteria sections are part of a larger vision focused on student access, wellness, and efficiency. Chris has been leading this work with the goal of creating a model that could be expanded beyond Canyon. Here's a short video where he talks about the passion behind these changes.
I'm here with our head chef, Chris Jones. And Chris, what's your goal behind changing this cafeteria here at Canyon High School?
The main goal here is to elevate the student experience and to set standards that can be followed by other schools within our district and through the state of California and beyond to just really elevate the experience that students into our area.
One of the biggest and most noticeable improvements in the cafeteria has been the food. Instead of mostly prepackaged options, the menu now includes a wider variety of freshly prepared meals. There are more balanced choices, more fresh produce, and options that actually appeal to different student preferences. The food feels higher quality, tastes better, and gives students more control over what they're eating. Another important improvement is that the cafeteria now offers options for students with different dietary needs. There are choices available for students who are vegetarian, vegan, or have specific food preferences. Having these options makes the cafeteria more inclusive and ensures that more students feel considered and supported when choosing their meals. Students have noticed a big difference in the cafeteria as well, from tastier meals to more options and just a more enjoyable nutrition and lunch experience overall. And here's what they have to say.
Hi, I'm Ryan Claudio. I'm a junior at Canyon. The lunch here at Canyon before was not that great, but recently I've been getting like lunch every single day because they actually like put effort into changing the food every day.
Hello, I'm a senior here at Canyon High School, and throughout the years I have seen huge improvements within our cafeteria, not just in the food, but in our overall environment. This is all thanks to our amazing staff and especially our head chef, Chris. He put so much effort with decorations such as the Christmas trees, supporting the healthy foods here from California, and student-made posters. Thanks to the team, we now have a great environment and overall better experience here at Canyon.
I'm a senior here at Canyon High School, and over the years I've seen how much better the cafeteria has gotten. Not only the food, but the workers have upgraded it like a lot. Not only has the food upgraded, but the atmosphere that workers have to offer and the quality of food that they bring to us.
ASB also partnered with the cafeteria to decorate the space for the holidays and help create a more positive and welcoming environment during the month of December. Festive decorations were set up throughout the cafeteria, which helped bring school spirit into a space students use every day. In addition, we created a holiday photo area where students could take pictures with friends, and on select days, Santa came to visit. These efforts helped celebrate the holiday season, boost student morale, and give students something fun to look forward to during a busy and often stressful time of the year. ASB also partnered with the cafeteria on a special initiative focused on student wellness and mental health. During a particularly busy time of the year with finals and the holiday season, we set up a large hot chocolate station in the cafeteria and handed out over 800 cups to students. This was meant to be a small but meaningful way to support mental health, help reduce stress, and show appreciation for the hard work students put in every single day. By offering this as a special treat, we hoped to create a moment of positivity and give back to our students during a high-pressure time. This event became one of our favorite moments of the season as it highlighted the strong sense of community on our campus. It reflects the positive culture here at Canyon, one where students feel supported, valued, and connected.
Here's a short video that captures the hot chocolate event and the joy it brought to our students. And now I'd like to introduce you all to our head chef, Chris. Come on up here. All right, just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Chris Jones. I didn't know she was going to call me up here. So.
And just a quick question. Chris, what's your favorite part about working at Canyon High School?
These kids, for sure. The collaboration that we have and just the joy on their faces. These kids are amazing, and they're all going places, and it's truly special to be a part of that. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Overall, our partnership with the cafeteria has made a big difference for students at Canyon High School. From fresher, healthier, and more inclusive food options to a more efficient cafeteria layout to fun and festive activities that support student wellness. These changes show what's possible. Just this morning, we also had the opportunity to give back to our incredible cafeteria staff by presenting them with personalized aprons as a token of our appreciation. This was not only a way to thank them for everything they do, but also a way to thank them for consistently going above and beyond and to help connect them with our student body. Thank you.
So that's outstanding. We're going to take a picture, and I think immediately after we'll have some comments from the board. Okay, so let's go ahead and take the picture. Go ahead. I know you guys started motivating, so.
Let's see.
Okay, we'll take a few moments and have some questions or statements from the trustees. Any comments or statements from the trustees?
I'll make a quick comment. At one of my visits to Canyon High School, I know Mr. McKee is so gracious enough to show me around, but he is so proud of the cafeteria. So I met Mr. Jones at one of my visits, and he had just started, and he was telling me about his vision for the cafeteria, and I'm so glad to see how some of it has come to fruition. I'm looking forward to even bigger, greater things because I heard some of your plans, and so some of his options included like fresh foods, and he was when I was there, he had some baked goods out, so it's very exciting to see. So thank you for taking that extra time and effort to support our kids.
Any other comments? Yes, Trustee Pelley.
Just quickly, thank you. I know that in surveys that we get when students are involved, one of the things we always hear comments on is the food, and it's usually not real positive. Just because we know that food is something that everybody has particular taste, but I really appreciate that you've been able to really look at all the different needs, not just picky eaters, but really truly what students want. And students are a lot more aware about what they're eating. We have students who are vegetarian and vegan. We just ate whatever they put in front of us when I was, younger. And it's really amazing because it makes the school, it just makes it more like a place they want to be. And that's what we want. We want student engagement. We want people to be proud of their schools and want to go to school. So that's a huge part of the learning environment. And I got to visit the kitchen last year. It's beautiful, but I plan on coming back if there's going to be baked goods out. So just keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this wonderful video. I had so much fun watching it. What I will add is that I visited Canyon for the principal's professional development day right before school started and had an opportunity to try the baked goods at that time. So even our staff are benefiting from all of this. So I really appreciate that. And for me, what really struck home was the connection with mental health and how just a cup of hot chocolate, I know sometimes faculty members, have a cup of coffee, and it really does make a difference just to have something warm, when you're really stressed out during that time. So that's an awesome idea, and I hope you continue it in the future.
Trustee Martinez-Goodlander.
Thank you, Lorelai. Thank you so much for your presentation. We love hearing from our student board members, and especially seeing your life as a high schooler through your own eyes and being able to bring in ASB. So, and then highlighting what makes your high school experience special. So like Trustee Pelley was sharing about the cafeteria and the history to actually get to where we are now with Canyon, it's definitely an example in our district of how we're flourishing. So thank you for highlighting that.
Thank you.
So I just want to take a personal comment here. Thank you, Lorelai, for bringing this to our attention. I think it's something that we know, but the rest of the community now is aware and on notice that they have a Chef Jones on campus at Canyon. But more importantly, I will say this, speaking to what not only Trustee Yamasaki and Trustee Vane, but what's been stated over time, we really care about our students. That kind of autonomy at a school like Canyon allows us to really reach out and really address what the needs are. If students are able to come to school and we frankly trick them to eat, God bless them, because now all of a sudden they'll study more, they'll understand more, they'll be nourished. And that's part of the consequence. Maybe it's unintended, maybe it's intended, but we're thankful for it. I will do a little plug. We know that this coming up Wednesday, you guys will have your showcase. Is that correct? So we want to welcome everyone to come out in the feeder pattern, come over to Canyon High School, see our showcase so that you can experience some of the things that are there that are beneficial to our students. And one more thing, there's a young man at Knoll Canyon, his name is Kaiser, I won't say his last name, and he is very much looking forward to coming to Canyon because of this program, because we talk about food a lot, he and I. And he's really looking forward to that experience. So I'm thankful for we are thankful for Chef Jones. We're thankful for you, Lorelai, for bringing this presentation. Outstanding job. And thank you for everyone that came to support her in this presentation. Excellent.
Thank you.
And thank you to Principal McKee for being present at this event and everyone else in the adult realm that's coming to support the students. We'll transition over to our CSEA representative, President Esteban Villa. Okay. We'll go on to, we do not have a representative this evening, so we'll move on to OUEA report from Karen Barone, who is our OUEA president.
First, I'd like to say I attended Canyon, and I remember the food being decent, but not enough to leave a lasting memory. So I think that's great. All right. Good evening, President Glass, Superintendent Menares, members of the board and community. Since this is our first school board meeting since winter break, I'd like to welcome everyone back and say Happy New Year. As the OUEA president and as a teacher and parent in this district, I truly appreciated that we had 3 weeks off. The first 2 weeks gave me personally time to just spend with my family, relax and recharge, not think about work or union work. And the third week gave me the necessary time to then dive into union work, meeting the needs of my members, and then lesson planning for my classroom. I'm sure I speak for all certificated and classified staff too, and maybe some of you up there, when I say that we are so fortunate to have a calendar that respects the need for professional and personal restoration. Next, I'd like to thank Dr. Menares and her team for holding the parent information nights for Jordan and Levita Elementary regarding Jordan becoming a DI magnet school and Levita becoming the home school for those who don't choose the DI pathway. It was very informative, and I hope that you continue to keep those lines of communication open with both communities and provide updates frequently through multiple channels, emails, phone calls, paper announcements, and parent meetings as needed. I commented last month about the Student Behavior Steering Committee and the importance of that work. You will get a quick update presentation this evening, so I will simply say that I continue to be optimistic about the progress we're making. The joint effort between OUEA and Dr. Singh and Amy Poland to bring this committee to fruition is vital, and I feel like we will have a final product that all of us can be proud of. Finally, I'd like to share that as president of OUEA, I have signed a resolution in support of the extension of Proposition 55. I think we all know and understand how important funding is to public education, no matter what side of the aisle you are on. If Prop 55 does not pass this November, OUSD stands to lose over $4 million in funding. And for those of us who were teaching during the fiscal crisis of 2008, I know I was. We all remember what a lack of funding did to our classrooms, our staff, and our programs. We cannot afford to go backward. Prop 55 ensures our schools remain stable and that our students' progress isn't derailed by budget cuts. Because this is a matter of district's long-term fiscal health, I am officially asking this board to consider passing its own resolution in support of Prop 55 at a future meeting. Many of our neighboring districts have already taken this step to protect their schools. Let's show our community that we are united in protecting the resources our students and educators deserve. Thank you, and I look forward to a successful second half of the year.
Thank you, President Barone. Now we will shift to our superintendent's report. Dr. Menares.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everybody. And President Barone, you stole my thunder because I was going to say the same thing about Happy New Year, everybody. I hope everyone had a lovely holiday break and welcome back. You know, I actually took the time to count how many more weeks do we have of this school year. Any of my scholars over there know? Have you counted yet? 20 weeks left. Is that crazy? 20 weeks, that's not that, it's going quickly, right? So time is moving very quickly. I want to start by expressing my gratitude to everyone who helped prioritize the listening and learning themes. I know this was a challenging task, and I eagerly anticipate creating a shared vision for our scholars through a strategic roadmap process in the future. An update on the Resource Optimization Coalition. We did meet this week. I'm not going to say your name, but I know it correctly now. I kept saying her name, one of our participants, incorrectly. Our initial key focus is going to be to develop criteria for identifying any schools for a potential closure. We are in the process of updating the webpage to make sure that there are current actions listed on that. But I really want to emphasize that no schools have been identified for next school year at this time to be closed. No schools at this time. Share that widely, broadly, loudly, however you need to do that. On a more positive note, our school showcases did begin last night. I had the privilege of visiting Orange High School, go Panthers, where the sense of community and belonging was deeply evident. My thanks goes out to all the principals that were in attendance, the educators, and the caregivers who came out to celebrate our scholars. It was a really nice evening. Earlier this week, the Council PTA hosted the Reflections exhibit right here in this space. didn't look like this, highlighting the extraordinary talents of our children. The theme of belonging inspired students to integrate critical thinking and creativity across various art mediums, resulting in a truly inspirational and spectacular display. If you didn't have a chance to see it, you're gonna have to go on the the Council PTA website and take a look. I would also like to congratulate the counseling teams at Canyon High School and Yorba Middle School for achieving the RAMP recognition. This is a really big deal for these two schools. My understanding is we have a third school that's they'll be there too. There's just a slight little change that needed to happen. I just want to commend you for your commitment to excellence. It's appreciated and recognized. January is School Board Recognition Month. And this is an opportunity to thank our school board members across the state for their service. I want to specifically thank OUSD Board for your unwavering commitment to dedication to all children, all children. You're a truly engaged board. You actively visit schools, you connect with the community, and you advocate for those who serve. And you do that through a child-centered decision-making lens. So thank you very much for your service. As a district, we're really in this in-between time of the school year. We're currently balancing the demands of the present while we start to prepare for the upcoming school year. It's a very busy and exciting time, and the possibilities remained endless. And now I'm going to try to do this in Spanish, but I'm cutting it a lot. So para las familias quien hablan español, buenas noches. Bienvenidos y feliz año nuevo a todos. Hay solo 20 semanas hasta el fin del año escolar va a terminar. El tiempo avanza rápidamente. Quiero esperar mi gratitud a todos los que participaron con las encuestas de escucha y aprendizaje y de LCAP. Espero con entusiasmo de trabajar en una visión compartida con todos. Juntamos la colección de recursos, o ROC, esta semana, y al principio vamos a trabajar de escribir los criterios para identificar una escuela de cerrar. Pero quiero decir que por este momento no hay ninguna escuela que vamos a cerrar para el año que entra, ¿ok? So, ninguna escuela para el próximo año escolar vamos a cerrar. En una nota más positiva, hay muchas celebraciones ahorita. Gracias al Concilio de PTA para el programa Reflexión. Nuestros niños son muy talentosos. También tuve la oportunidad de asistir a la exhibición escolar de Orange High School y noté el sentimiento de comunidad. Fue muy bonito. Mil gracias a todos los directores, los educadores, maestros y los padres de celebrar a nuestros estudiantes. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
And at this time, I'll give a board president report. So again, good evening and Happy New Year. Welcome to the second semester. I want to give a little bit of a kind of a breadcrumb list of what's going on so that you guys can all understand what we do with the agenda and what we do with these meetings. So tonight's agenda reflects the core responsibility entrusted to this board, and I want to briefly frame the work that we're doing for our community. First, school safety, behavior, and well-being remain central to our governance. This evening, you'll see items focused on bullying prevention, proactive behavior supports, and expanded mental health systems. These efforts reflect a deliberate shift toward prevention, clarity, and consistency across our schools. Our responsibility as a board is to ensure that the conditions for learning are safe, supportive, and grounded in research and in best practice. Second, this board takes seriously its obligation to steward public funds responsibly. Tonight's agenda includes independent audit findings, deferred maintenance planning, and oversight for major facilities and operational investments. These actions reflect long-range planning, fiscal discipline, and public accountability. Independent reviews, public reporting, and open deliberation are essential safeguards, and we remain committed to them. Third, governance matters. Several items before us tonight speak directly to the legal and policy frameworks that guide our work as trustees. Board decisions are made within statute, board policy, and the Brown Act. Transparency is embedded in how this board conducts its business through open meetings, publicly posted agendas, and recorded votes. Finally, it is important to remember why this work matters. Student voice, student opportunity, and student achievement are visible throughout tonight's agenda. Our decisions ultimately serve real students and families across this district. We recognize that community members bring diverse perspectives and strong feelings to our meetings. That engagement is a sign of care and investment in our schools. And as a board, we are committed to listening with respect, governing with integrity, and working together in good faith to earn and maintain the trust of the community that we serve. So before moving on, I just want to acknowledge an important transition in our student board representation. So before introducing our new student board representative from Richland High School, I want to recognize Didi Villanueva. He previously served in this particular role. Didi stepped away for a while to finish high school closer to his home, and we are proud to share that he is enlisted in the United States Navy. We thank Didi for his time, his service, and his contributions, and we wish him all the best moving forward. Let's give a hand clap for Didi. We are now pleased to welcome Judith Rincon, who is okay, all right. She is a junior at Richland High School, and as our new student representative, Judith is interested in pursuing a career in the medical field, including nursing or health sciences, because she wants to help others and make a positive impact in her community. She is passionate about ensuring that student voices are heard and that all students feel included, respected, and supportive. Judith is actively involved in leadership at Richland High School, plays on the soccer team, takes college counseling classes through Santiago Canyon College, and serves on the Students Advisory Board for the Superintendent. She looks forward to bringing the perspectives of Richland High School students to this board, and on behalf of the board, we want to say welcome to you, Judith. So that concludes my board president report. Now we'll move on to our student representatives. Lorelai Giroux, please go right ahead representing Canyon.
Good evening, President Glass, members of the board, Superintendent Morales. The month of January has been quite busy for our Comanches. Students have been actively involved this month through a club interest meeting, an ASB information meeting, and preparations for upcoming events, including a campus showcase next week and a pep rally in 2 weeks. Our Clash of Classes competition will continue next week with volleyball matches taking place Monday through Wednesday as classes earn additional points. The rally will include more games and activities designed to boost class participation and school spirit, along with special appearances from our athletic teams and drama program. We'd like to recognize our athletes of the month, Layla V for girls water polo, Andreas P for wrestling, Caroline H for girls soccer, and Blake H for boys soccer. In athletics, boys basketball competed against La Habra last week and will face Korean Lutheran this Friday at 7 p.m. Hope to see you there. In the arts, our winter one-act performances are taking place tonight and tomorrow night, as well next Thursday and Friday. Doors open at 6:30 and we hope to see you there. As well, our spring musical, 9 to 5, has been announced and will give a sneak peek performance at the upcoming rally. Finally, we have several senior nights coming up. We recently had our girls soccer senior night on the 14th. Our girls basketball is coming up on the 27th and the boys soccer on the 28th. Thank you, and I hope you all had a wonderful holiday season and are excited for the new year.
Representing El Medina High School, Dylan Platfoot.
Good evening, President Glass, members of the board, Superintendent Monarez. Winter break finalized our first semester, giving our vanguards a well-deserved period of rest. This new year brings us to new opportunities, such as Coffee Night, February 6th, which is a talent showcasing the skills of our vanguards. Our principal, King Bob, has his birthday coming up next Monday. So thank you, King Bob, for all that you have done for your school. And yes, it's like the Minion, guys. Hey. Next, there is a dance show in March where all of our dance classes in BDC are showing off their dance skills. FaZe, VSA, and Amogami are getting ready for the Lunar New Year's. The celebration will be February 2nd, and Amodina can't wait to see what they have planned. Also, Spirit Week prep has started, with Spirit Week occurring March 1st. Good luck to all the classes, and may the best one win, seniors. And, okay. Honor Roll is on February 11th, where we will congratulate our vanguards for their academic achievements for semester 1. There was a Santiago showcase on January 20th, where VDC, chamber singers, choir, and jazz band performed and made us proud. Our winter formal is coming up, with the theme being Nights in Tokyo, and the tickets are for sale for $8. And this will occur on February 7th. And then finally, the blood drive held by Red Cross will happen on the 28th of January. And then now onto sports. We show lacrosse support as they will start their season next month. Also, congratulations to girls basketball, who has a season record of 21 wins to 1 loss. We would also like to congratulate POM with their recent state championship win. Now, onto senior nights. Girls soccer is currently going on today. And then we also have boys and girls basketball on Friday, and then we have water polo next week. And then one quick thing going off script, we've seen an increase in our bathrooms being open at campus, which is pretty good. Guys, we normally have like one open, so like it's really good having all of our bathrooms open. Thank you to King Bob, birthday boy. And then thank you, board, for your time.
El Medina's principal's name is Bob King, and so they call him King Bob as a token of affection. So that's what you're hearing. Okay, thank you, Dylan. I appreciate that. That was a very good report. Very good report. We're moving on to Orange High School. Jacob Gonzalez.
Good evening, Superintendent Martinez, President Glass, Board Trustees, and Board members. Thank you for the opportunity to report on the recent happenings at Orange High School this evening. Yesterday, we proudly hosted our Orange High School School Showcase, welcoming local theater schools, families, and members of our community onto campus. This event gave prospective students the opportunity to experience what Orange High School has to offer and see what strong programs and culture that makes our school special. Our Orange High School JROTC was involved in 2 community service events in the last 6 weeks. They helped the Santiago Greenway Alliance clean the bed of Santiago Creek, removing hundreds of pounds of trash and invasive plant species. Cadets also lowered the flag onto Orange Circle in the support for the Elix Lodge Veterans Club. Additionally, we are proud to recognize that 680 of our students, grade 9 through 12, have earned a place on the honor roll, reflecting their dedication and hard work. Our FFA program continues to thrive, recently celebrating the birth of several baby animals, highlighting their success, our agricultural education, and on-hands learning opportunities. Finally, as the winter season comes to an end, I would like to thank all of our winter sports teams and coaches and athletes for our outstanding season and for representing Orange High School with pride. Thank you.
Representing Richland, Judith Rincon.
Good evening, President Glass, members of the board, and Superintendent Monares. Richland High School is excited to kick off its spring soccer season through an inter-district league sport program designed to expand access to... Sorry. You're good. Designed to expand access to athlete opportunities for our students. This marks our second consecutive season offering co-ed soccer, reinforcing our commitment to student engagement, wellness, and belonging through inclusive extracurricular programming. This spring, Richland will proudly host 4 home games at Fred Kelly Stadium. We are grateful for our partnership with the Orange Unified Public School Foundation, whose financial support has helped make the continued growth of our soccer team possible. This quarter, RHS will be hosting college and career-aligned field trips to UCI, Orange Coast College, and Orange County Water District, providing students with direct exposure to post-secondary options, workforce pathways, and hands-on experiences that support informed planning beyond high school. Our spring financial aid application push for graduating students is underway this year. 15 Richland juniors and seniors are serving as financial aid ambassadors to the California Student Aid Commission Student Ambassador Program. This supports student-led promotion of financial aid awareness on campus. In partnership with our RHS counselors, student ambassadors have already begun co-presenting to peers and families, increasing understandings of financial aid process and application requirements. Next week, we will be having our second Spirit Week of the year. Richland is always focusing on school connectedness, and Spirit Week is always a fun way to engage in student and teacher connects. Please check out our Richland Instagram page to see our photos. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And representing Villa Park High School, Caitlin Cortines.
Good evening, President Glass, members of the board, and Superintendent Monares. Well, it's already pretty busy. We're only 2 weeks back to school, so here we go. I'd like to start with a sports update. Our boys basketball team is 15-10. Their next game is at El Dorado on Friday, the 23rd at 7 o'clock. Our girls basketball team is 18-5. Also, their next game is on Friday at 5:30 before the boys. Girls water polo is 12-10. Their next game is home against Canyon at 5:30 on Thursday the 22nd. That's today. They have their game tonight. Had their game, actually. Oh my gosh. Our boys soccer team is 4-10 with their next home game against Brea at 7 p.m., also on Friday the 23rd. Girls soccer is 5-4-5 with their next home game against La Habra at 3 o'clock on Tuesday the 27th. And unfortunately, I can't find the rugby standings, but their next game is away at Coronado at 10:30 on Saturday the 24th. Auditions for our spring musical have begun this week. Today is their callbacks. Good luck to everyone auditioning. We have a college and career fair on the 26th featuring military branches, junior colleges, trade schools, and more. That'll be on January 26th. Next Friday, we have our French wedding, our tradition with our French program, organized by actually one of my sister's best friends, Ivy. She's done a fantastic job organizing this event, and a little bit of a shameless plug, my sister is singing, and I'm very excited to see her perform. We have Friendship Week at the second week of February, the 9th through the 12th, and they'll also feature an opportunity for our clubs to have fundraisers. We'll be doing more of our Club Rush type food fundraisers. We're gonna have Love Me Some Lunch. Our winter formal is on February 7th. Our theme this year is Cruising Through the Bayou. We actually have a pretty cool setup for winter formal this year. It is going to be on a boat in the Newport Harbor. I don't think we've ever done anything like this before, so I'd like to give a shout out to our senior president and vice president who are organizing that. And finally, we have our open house showcase, our Spartan showcase, whatever you call it, on February the 11th. So hopefully we can all see you guys there. Oh, also on a more personal note, the Villa Park dance team has their first competition this weekend at Downey High School, as well as the Solo Classic. And you'll see all of my teammates performing in the Solo Classic. And I'm really happy to announce that this is our first year we have 17 out of 18 members performing solos, which is a great record. Thank you guys all for your time, and I hope you all have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you to each of our student representatives. We appreciate what you're doing, and thank you for keeping us informed. We're moving into our proclamation. We're going to have Frank Tucker. Come on up, Mr. Tucker. We're going to do the Board Members Recognition Month. As you know, Frank Tucker is a member and president of the Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation. So we're very thankful that he's here. Please, the microphone is yours.
Oh, thanks, and Happy New Year to all you guys. Hope you guys had a great holiday. Excited about 2026? Yeah, I am too. Well, yeah, tonight we proudly recognize January 2026 as the School Board Recognition Month. School board members play a vital role in shaping the future of our schools and our community. Their work ensures that all students have access to high-quality public education that supports academic achievement, social emotional well-being, and overall success. The Board of Education is deeply committed to serving the children, families, and staff by advocating for policies and resources that allow every student to thrive. Board members work closely with parents, educators, and community partners to create safe, inclusive, and supportive learning environments while maintaining the strong foundation that allows our district to grow and succeed. On behalf of the Orange Unified community, we extend our sincere appreciation to each member of the Board of Education for their dedication, leadership, and service. It is with gratitude and respect that we proclaim January 26th as School Board Recognition Month in the Orange Unified School District. Thank you for your continued commitment to public education and to all the students that we serve. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much. Can we have Ms. Rosie, can you come on up? And then fellow trustees, let's all go down and take a picture, please, if that's okay with you.
It's okay with me. Right. You guys are a good-looking bunch of people. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for doing that. And now, Trustee Pelley and Trustee Martinez Goodlander will present the School Counselors Week proclamation.
Come on in. Yeah, come both sides. We all set? Okay. National School Counseling Week, February 2nd through 6th, 2026, is a time to recognize and celebrate the important contributions of school counselors in our schools and our communities. Sponsored by the American School Counselors Association, this week highlights the unique role that counselors play in supporting students' academic success, social emotional well-being, and future career planning.
The 2026 theme, School Counselors Amplify Student Success, reflects the meaningful impact counselors have by providing guidance, support, and resources that help every student thrive. We proudly recognize and thank our OUSD school counselors for their dedication to empowering students, advocating for equity and inclusion, and helping students build confidence, resilience, and a strong foundation for a bright future. Please, so we have our counselor team here, and would Christine Nelson like to share some words?
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Board President Dr. Glass, School Board Trustees, Superintendent Menores, members of the Executive Cabinet, and the Orange community. My name is Christine Nelson, Coordinator in Student and Community Services, and I stand up here with Lisa Green, our Executive Director of TK-12 Curriculum and Instruction, and several members of our exemplary TK-12 School Counseling team. One of the greatest privileges of working in Orange Unified School District is supporting the incredible work of our school counseling programs. As cornerstone members of the educational system, our school counselors empower students to discover their academic potentials, navigate social-emotional challenges, and build pathways toward bright and successful futures. Thank you for taking time to recognize their dedication and for proclaiming February 2nd through the 6th as National School Counseling Week, and for honoring the dedication of our students, families, and our school communities. Thank you.
So we want to congratulate this, and then we'll come in front of the podium. Oops, sorry.
We'll now move to approval of the minutes. We have two sets of minutes to approve. First, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes from December 18, 2025.
I'll move it.
Moved by Trustee Thomas. Seconded by Trustee Pelley. Any question, comment, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0-1. Now moving to the minutes for January 18, 2026. Entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
15. Apologies, 15. Okay. Moved by Trustee Thomas, seconded by Trustee Vane. Any question? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0-1. All right, moving to our next item. Are there any public comments, and are they for our next topic, which is action item number 7A by Bicondova and Associates?
We have 4 comments tonight. One is for 7A. Then we have one for 8B, one for 16A, and one non-agenda.
Okay. So what we'll do, has been our past practice, we will have the presentation for the particular issue that's on the floor right now, and then we'll accept the public comment afterward. So we'll begin with Bicondova and Associates regarding bullying prevention.
Thank you, President Glass. So while Dr. Bicondova comes up, I'd like to just share with the trustees a little bit of information. Well, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. So currently, trustees, as you know, OUSD currently has a bully prevention handbook, and it is in alignment with the board policy. But in the spirit of continuous improvement, staff is going to be recommending that we move forward with a partnership with Bicondova and Associates to deepen the work and become more proactive in prevention and early intervention of bullying by training and supporting staff at the school level with a bullying intervention and conflict resolution model. Dr. Marlene Bicondova is the CEO and founder of Bicondova and Associates. She and her team will train our counselors and other support staff in the undercover bullying team model and the additional systems work that has been developed as they have worked through this. Dr. Bicondova is a leader and a practitioner in the field, so she currently uses the undercover bullying team work, has learned how to put this in place on a very large scale at a large district, and I'm looking forward to what this can do for Orange Unified. So she's here tonight to give a little glimpse into the work. So with that, thank you, Dr. Bicondova.
All right, good evening, everyone. Perfect, thank you. Good evening, board president, board members, and cabinet members, Dr. Menares. Again, my name is Marlene Bicondova, and on the screen, you'll see what I claim to be my yearbook picture from my 5th year as a middle school principal. And I say that because that year in particular, we had a large amount of bullying incidents and conflict on our campus. Incredibly stressful year. But in particular, we had an angry parent walk into my office one day, and she proceeded to tell me that her daughter was being put on a 72-hour hold at the local hospital, and that her daughter was considering taking her own life. And she said this is happening because bullying was occurring at my school site, and it had been going on for months. And she said that our school was doing nothing. She said, I've worked with your counselor, your vice principals, and nothing has been done about it. So she said that she was going to go to the newspaper and to the board meeting in a couple of weeks, and that basically she was going to take me down as a principal, and of course I'm 100% responsible. So I profusely apologized to her. I said, let me get to the bottom of this, let me find out what happened and what we're doing and what we're not doing, and give me a chance, let me work on this. So I definitely lost sleep because as the principal, you are responsible for everything happening at your school site. So I think it's your worst nightmare as a principal to have something like this happen on your campus. So I felt completely helpless at the time, hence the picture of me drowning that year. And lucky for me, what happened was I called my admin team together along with our counselors, and I said, hey, what happened with this case? Mom says that we've done nothing. Can you tell me about what's going on? My team looked completely defeated, and they looked that way because they proceeded to tell me all the things they actually did try to do to stop the bullying. They said there's 3 girls that are doing the bullying, and we have done everything we possibly can within our power. They took privileges away from the students. They had detentions. They did no contact contracts. They did multiple suspensions. They did safety plans. They just did everything that they could, including things they would Google online. How do we stop bullying? What do we do? My school at that point had been PBIS winner. We had 5-to-1 positive ratios in our classroom, an incredible environment. But even though we had an amazing Tier 1 preventative strategies, preventative lessons, we still had this severe bullying case on our campus. So gratefully, I had an amazing counselor, and she said, you know what? I remember this very unique strategy that I was trained in about a year ago. And she told me about what it was. And she said, it sounds weird, but should we try it? And I said, absolutely yes. Please go and try this strategy. Now, the big thing to think about is I didn't tell her to do it because I thought it was going to work. The reason I told her to do it is because I thought, when the lawyers come calling, I'm going to give them this big list of things we did, including this weird strategy that we found from a training that we had before. So I just wanted to cover all my bases, because if something happens to this girl, I didn't want to be accused of doing nothing. So my counselor said, okay, I'm going to set it up, and I'm going to come back to you and report to you once I set up the strategy, because it's going to take a few weeks. So she comes back to me and she says, all right, I interviewed the young lady, and I asked her to rate the problem between 0 and 10. So 0 is there's no problem. 10 is this is the biggest problem I've ever had in my entire life. So she rated the problem a 10. She proceeded to get the young lady's story about what life was like at school daily while getting bullied. The story included things like the girl would get hit in the hallway, behind teachers' backs. They would say things to her, call her names. She would go home, cry every night. Her mom would cry with her. She couldn't concentrate on school. This was her entire world, was being tormented by these 3 young ladies. She even said, though, even when they came back from suspension, the girls did not change their behaviors. In fact, the bullying got more subversive, and the students basically, she said, they felt they got away with it because the girls did not mind having a couple of days off for suspension. So she said the girl rated the problem a 10, and then she sent the girl back to class. So part of the strategy, and I can't share all the steps because it just would take way too long, but let me give you in short what kind of happens. She pulled together a team of highly influential students from campus. So these are like your popular kids that other kids listen to. They're very powerful. She did a process in which she built their empathy around the story of this young lady, what was happening to her, with her permission. Then, at the end of the whole process, she invited them to be a part of an undercover operation and said, we the adults cannot solve this problem for this young lady, but we want to know if you want to be part of an undercover team to support this young lady. And the goal would be of this team is to get her to rate the problem a 0 eventually, and create a very safe and welcoming environment for her. And we asked them, are you the kids that other kids listen to? So they all said, yeah, we're the popular kids, we're influential. Great, you're the ones we need on this team to help this young lady get her problem to 0. So they created a very specific plan. Cindy's the name of my counselor. They created a very specific plan in how they were going to make her feel safe and welcome and influence all the kids around them to treat her much better. So the following week, my counselor came to me and said, guess what? She rated it now a 7. So I said, okay, cool. We're on to something. Keep on going. A couple of weeks later, she was down to, I think it was either 3 or 4, something to that effect. And then a few weeks after that, she came back and said, oh my gosh, guess what? The girl rated the problem a 0. And she proceeded to read to me the new story, the new experience of this young lady at school. And it said things like, When I come to school, I'm actually excited now. The girls who are doing the bullying are fist bumping me in the hallways. No one is making fun of me. I'm going home at night, and my mom and I are so happy. I eat dinner. We celebrate. She said that her grades were getting better because now she could concentrate on what she was doing. So I was incredibly shocked, even I think my counselor was, at how well this worked. The girls who were doing the bullying changed their behaviors completely. It was incredible to watch. They became an advocate for students who were getting bullied through this process. So what ended up happening was that year we did about we did a number of undercover teams. Whenever big bullying issues were coming up, I called my counselor, hey, can you do that thing again? She would do it. I got invited to the celebrations. Once the team gets the kid to 0, we have a celebration. I got invited to that. At that meeting, you hear the first story, you hear the second story. It's a tearful event. It's incredible. It's powerful. It's basically the most powerful thing I had ever seen in education. And what's awesome is the kids did the work. We empowered them to do the amazing work of saving this young lady's life. So after about the 5th time we did this, I called my admin team together and said, hey, this thing works incredibly well. We're going to stop doing all the things that don't work, and we're going to start creating a system around this particular strategy. So I want to show you on the next slide, all these things on the next slide. Oh, sorry, I have the slide clicker. These are all the things that we used to do to the students who are doing the bullying. And I'm sure they look familiar if anybody's been at a school site, right? We would do schedule changes, forced community service, lecturing. We did all these things. No contact contract, just stay away from each other. As if we could do that in the workplace, that would be nice. But it doesn't work for students either. It's very hard to control these things. So I also said we're going to stop doing the other things that we thought would work, which was let's gather the kids who are getting bullied and let's help them. Maybe we can teach them assertiveness or things like that, social skills. And that didn't work either. We noticed that we got very, very little results from all of those things we tried to do to the kids who were getting bullied. So again, you can see this list of things that didn't work very often, rarely worked, didn't work. We had buddy systems, safety plans, just all of these things we tried, we found rarely worked or didn't work very well. Now, what would happen is if we did that to a student, they would get called snitch. Also, like I said, the bullying would get more subversive. And once in a while, if a student stopped bullying that kid, they still went on to bully others because they did not learn empathy. They did not learn how to relate to students differently. They didn't understand the story of what the kid was going through. So what happened at my school site, we ran 18 teams. And then after the 18 teams, I got the job at the district office. So I'm the CWA person. I'm over a department. 3 weeks into that job, I got a call from my boss, and she said, hey, come meet with me. In the meeting, she said, you're going to take over the bullying topic for our district. And I said, yes. And she said, why on earth are you happy? Nobody wants that topic because it's litigious, it's parent complaints, it's impossible. And I said, I know the solution. That's why I'm happy, because I know we can do this. I just have to think of how we create an entire system district-wide so that kids get what they need. They need undercover teams. We need to be able to do that. So me and my team proceeded creating an entire system. During that time, so it's been 8 years since we started that work, during that time, we also learned that we had to get really good at resolving conflict. So the same author that wrote the Undercover Anti-Bullying Team also wrote what's called a narrative mediation process. So the narrative mediation is different from all the mediations that had been done to me as a kid and all that I learned from the VPs before me. It was very different, and it got way better results. So what we learned is in the system, students and parents will report bullying. what we had to do was screen it and differentiate what is bullying, what is conflict, and we have a very specific definition we use. It's very simple, it works really well. Then, whether it's bullying or conflict, we still had to solve the problem. Because ultimately, if the parent says, my kid's getting bullied, what they're saying is, please stop whatever's happening, stop the problem. So what our team does and our district does is, it doesn't matter if the parent calls it's bullying and we say it's conflict. All we say is we're going to give them an amazing strategy to stop the problem. So what we learned is two things we had to do. In our system, we had to teach undercover anti-bullying teams and the narrative conflict mediation. And then what we do is when we teach how we do these things, the very specific steps, we also teach that within the context of here's how you create a system out of it so you get the best results, and also how do you lead that work? How do you get counselors and VPs and MTSS people and people actually want to do this? So we give them strategies and the process of how to lead the systems and lead this entire process. Now, what we do at the district office is, yes, I have experts that can go out and run these two amazing strategies on behalf of the site, but their main goal is to work alongside the counselor in the I do, we do, you do fashion until the counselor is good at it and they can get the same results that my expert team gets. Now, in our district, we have processed over 1,600 bullying complaints over these 8 years. And we've run, my team alone has run, I think, about 300 undercover teams, but we've run countless amount of restorative mediations, results. So my team, because they do not give up, they do it with fidelity and they adjust when it's not going well. We have to get together and say, wait, the student didn't rate the problem lower. What are we going to do differently? We figure it out until we get the kid to 0. So we've been able to always get results from my team. Our goal is to make every school site just as good as my team is so that that kid doesn't have to wait for a week for my team to get there. The counselor can jump on it, the school site, the VP, whoever's running the strategy can jump on it and get the problem to a 0. So I'll leave you with this last thought. I just want to clarify, and I always say this, we are not a program and we do not sell a program. What the goal of us, it took originally, we were trying to help districts along the way doing our own work, and it got really too hard. So I created the LLC and said, all right, on nights, weekends, and non-work days, we'll help the districts that are asking for help. So we do our best to help others because we cannot do it while we're doing our own work. So with that, I would just say that, again, we're not a program. What we do is build your skill and knowledge so that you guys can design the system yourself and make it work for your district. And with that, I'll just say thank you for listening. That's it.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Fellow trustees, any questions? Yeah. So we will take the public comment. So if you won't go far, we'll have the public comment at this time. Thank you.
Okay, we have Jolyn Lang.
Superintendent Menares, Board President Glass, and Board, thank you. I was really excited to see that we're working on anti-bullying. It is such an important thing, and it's good to see new models brought in. And she did say something that I thought was really important that needs to be remembered, is that this was done with the consent of the victim that was being bullied. And I just want to make sure that school sites don't get too excited about having this new opportunity and push students into a process that might not always be right for different types of bullying. So that was just something that I wanted to bring up, and thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, you come back up to the podium. Any questions from board colleagues? Trustee Vane.
Thank you for this presentation. Kind of along the same lines as Ms. Lang, I was wondering, so these popular kids are approached and how do they become okay with this, and how are the parents, of those children involved in that process, and, just kind of a little bit more of what does that look like?
Yeah, so the counselor meets with the student getting bullied, and they actually help identify the popular students that are around where the bullying is occurring. So once the students are identified, we call them into a room, just a meeting, we put them in a circle, and then we, ask them and talk to them about what was happening. Then that's when we begin the process of building the empathy, where we ask them, hey, we're going to read this anonymous story. We're going to tell you something that's happening in the life of a student. We ask them, how do you feel about this? And they overwhelmingly will say, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening at our school site. We got to help this person. And so that's how we get agreement. We build the empathy first. They love doing this. Like, students will ask us once the team is over, hey, do you have any more kids getting bullied? Can we be on this team? Because it's a novel approach. So what we do, so we get the agreement of the kids who are going to be on the team, and I don't think we've ever even had one where a kid said no. So we give them an opt-in letter, and it basically tells the parent, hey, your kid was selected as an influential student willing to help a student who's getting bullied. And here's what the process looks like. If you do not want your kid to participate for whatever reason, you can call us at this number. We have never had any parents say no, because it's an honor that, oh, my kid was chosen to help another student. They love it. Even at the end, our team found out that even the high school kids love it. We give them little secret agent cards, and they love little laminated things. Oh my gosh. So they love that. They keep their cards in their wallet. They'll keep them for years. And then we'll have kids who are on a team in elementary school, and then we call them up in middle school, and they're so excited. Oh, I did a team before. I'm ready to do the next one. So it's a big privilege. And the kids, yes, we get approval. And we definitely, I agree with her 100%. We never force a kid getting bullied into this. What we do is we sit with them, hear their story, and then we explain the entire process from beginning to end. It's a very safe process for them. It's much safer than what was happening before, because we would suspend a kid, and then they would come back and call the kid snitch. So in this process, it doesn't happen. And even if something like that did happen, the team would get on it and they would problem solve and figure it out. So yes, I agree, the kid getting bullied needs to agree to the intervention. My team is very good at getting the students to feel safe and agree. Not 100% of the time. There's some kids that, I'm too scared, move me schools type of thing. But that's very rare. And for the most part, kids want to do it. So the parents are involved, they're aware of it, they love having their kids on the team, and then we have the agreement of everybody involved. Yeah, great question.
Thank you. And I was also wondering, so we have, in theory, there's a larger question about instilling empathy in children, right? And so, to what extent does this sort of training connect with like the existing PBIS framework, or,
Absolutely.
is there...
Yeah, very much work hand in hand. So in our district, or in my school, actually, we had become a very high-level PBIS school. I mean, it was incredible, the change at what happened at my school due to that program being implemented fully by my leadership team. But we still needed to layer it with more practices and strategies like these for Tier 2 kids, for Tier 2 incidents like this, for bullying, conflict. So we were able to do that, and these two strategies were incredibly key in helping us reduce our suspensions even more. Does that answer it?
I think
so.
Answer it? Thank you.
Yeah, but yes, on empathy part of it, the whole process, like I said, there's no way I could explain it. Probably during a meeting would take a long time. But the process in which we build the empathy of the bystanders, kids doing bullying, and everyone involved is pretty incredible. And that's what does it. That's what makes the changes in the kids doing the bullying, because what we find is the kids doing the bullying lack empathy. They don't understand how their actions affect others, and they don't understand how much it affects. Like the young lady that was that wanted to die by suicide, the girls that were bullying her never had realized how much of an effect wasn't even a thought for them. So that's one of the key parts of it, is we got to build empathy in our kids. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, Trustee Pelley.
Thank you for that really interesting process. I'm just curious, you talk about the kids bully for a reason. They usually have things going on their own. They lack empathy, have problems at home or throughout their life. At what point are their parents brought into it, and then what kind of support is offered to them on the other side? Or you said a lot of, the girls that were bullying were then suddenly giving him, fist bumps. But is there something else that you do to help the actual bully, and with the parents involved, if there's more to it, or if you find out that there's more to it?
So we do not tell the student doing the bullying, hey, you're the bully.
Right.
We don't call the parent and say your kid was bullying. What we do is we give them an opportunity to we invite them to change their behaviors. And because all the influential kids are enacting this plan, the kids doing the bullying always fall in line and, essentially it's, all the influential kids support this student. I see them in the hallway doing fist bumping and all that, and then essentially it sends a signal to them, I don't mess with this student because all the popular kids like her or influential students, so I'm not going to mess with this student any longer. So that's pretty much what happens.
I'm just curious, usually the parent knows because there have been prior issues with that student.
Yeah, sometimes.
Is there a point where they're celebrated? Like, wow, you just need to know. I mean, I'm sure the teachers, will talk about the improvement in behavior. I'm just curious. It feels like there needs to be follow through, and I'm sure, counselors or whoever can do that, but just to follow through to kind of ensure that that child continues on the right path.
Yes, so at the end, when the student rates the problem a 0, the students who were doing the bullying are also celebrated because they're no longer doing that. And then they're also given a letter just congratulating the parent that they helped change the life of a student who was getting bullied. So it's a pretty cool process. And we have found, of all the undercover teams we have done, the kids who were doing the bullying, aside from 2, so out of the 3, so I don't know what that percentage is, but less than 1% of the kids re-bully. They didn't re-bully the same kid. These 2 students bullied a different kid. So what we did was we ran another team, and after that second student, they finally stopped bullying for their entire career.
Okay.
School. Yeah.
I'm just curious, what's the youngest age? You said you've used this in elementary, but what is the youngest age that
We
you've
do
kind of done
kinder
this with?
all the way up to seniors in high school.
Great.
And we find that all of the levels love it.
That's awesome.
It's a lot
Thank
of
you
fun.
so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Any other questions?
Trustee, but either one. Trustee Martinez Goodlander, Trustee Yamasaki.
I think this is an interesting concept. Like, it's going to take a little time for me to digest it and think about all the ways it could play out. I mean, it's great to empower kids to be the what do they call it? The helper, the to do that. But at the same time, I could see how sometimes a little power can go a little crazy too. So, I just want to make sure that there's constant monitoring to, because it can go sideways. Something can happen, or maybe there's a kid who's empowered and goes, it doesn't respect the privacy. So I just want to make sure everything is monitored completely and at all times, so.
100%. So a good question. What the part of the process is the progress monitoring happens weekly. So if the girl that rated the problem a 10, the very following week, we call her in first and say, okay, what would you rate the problem this week? What's going well? Is anything not going well? And what do you rate the problem now? So each week she's rating the problem lower because everything's going great. If we get to a week where she would say, the problem's still an 8, or it's going higher, we stop and we reassess, call the team in, what happened, what's going on, and they problem solve. That doesn't happen very often. It's pretty rare, but it can happen. So once we get the rating from the girl each week, then we call in the team and say, hey, guess what? She now rated the problem a 7, and she gave us specific things that she wanted to congratulate the team on. She said that, Sarah, you fist bump her in the hallway. She said that, Tony, you traded papers with her in class, and Lisa, you took her to lunch. So we kind of give them that feedback. Okay. So if there's any funny business going on, the student or the team will usually tell us and let us know. So that's how we kind of keep it in control and make sure that it's going well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you again for sharing the story. I think it's impactful to share it that way rather than through the list of strategies. And so let's say, so this is an action item, so it'll be approved tonight. How long will it take for our counselors to get trained and then for us to be able to see it implemented with students?
So what we do is a 3-day series. So we do day 1, 2, and 3. So we do undercover teams, the intro and the foundational stuff on day 1. Then we do undercover teams day 2, and then we do the mediation on day 3. And then day 3 is also leadership in the system. So basically that's the main training. But what we do is a coach, whoever the powers that may be, how do you use positive implementation system to get this going? Because at any training, you're gonna have high performers, early adopters that jump on it, and they're already gonna be doing it like the next day. They're looking for the kids who are getting bullied and actually trying it out, because these are the fearless people who don't wait for what's gonna go wrong, they just go and try it. And so you're gonna get some early adopters. So what I do is I teach any of the district people that we're working with how to capitalize on that and get the middle performers on board and the people who are kind of hesitant. How do we get them on board in a positive way? And how do you get that momentum so that you get at least 70% of your staff doing it? Your counselors or any interventionists, VPs, you want to get 70% of your teams on board. And then once that happened, then it just becomes like, oh, this is how we do business in the district. And then you would handle the other third through direct coaching or whatever they would need. So it's a whole system and getting them to get on board.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I think my follow-up question is for our staff. And so to take us back, what happens currently in a bullying situation, and like what's the pathway for an elementary student, and then what's the pathway for a secondary student?
Thank you for the question. If I could have Mr. Angel to come up, and while he's coming up to share the current status, my understanding from the team is the plan would be, for the implementation part of this, is to start with some pilot schools first. So, you know, when we think about it district-wide, the schools that are like, let me learn about this school year, and then develop a greater plan moving forward. So you figure it's about 1.5 years of full implementation for the district is what I would think. With that, I'll turn it back to Mr. Angel.
Thank you, Dr. Benares. So like Dr. Benares mentioned, our goal is to provide 2 cohort trainings. Cohort 1, right now we're still trying to develop that cohort, and with the help of Elena and DePauli, who oversee our elementary and secondary schools, we are going to target schools to be part of that cohort 1. And we're aiming for sometime in April. Cohort 2 will be in the fall of 2026. To answer your question regarding what we currently do with bullying, so we do have support at each school site. Elementaries have counselors, we have our principals. Secondary, we have our assistant principals and counselors and administrators who work directly with our students. Students who do report incidents of bullying are given support, not just for the victim, but also the person who is actually doing the bullying. We make sure that parents are contacted as well, and we do monitor every single incident at the school site. We also updated our resources on the website. If you get an opportunity to look at, we had a handbook that was revised this year, and then when you see the website, we do have updated resources that are vetted by OCDE and CDE that are provided for families and students in English and Spanish. But we also have a process in which we share with principals on how to navigate a situation in which there's a victim and also the perpetrator.
So let's say a situation becomes bigger than the teacher or the counselor, right? Because in the perspective of a parent knowing that their child's struggling and they'll see signs, they typically go to the teacher first and then the principal next if the situation's escalating, and then the student at the school would go through their teacher, their counselor, to then elevate the issue. But I think there's a struggle because I've heard from different parents that they don't really know what to do next. It's like they feel defeated because they've done all of these proper steps trying to find a solution, but nothing's really changing. Or maybe like that one incident changed, but the behaviors are consistent.
You know, bullying is definitely one of those things that is very, very difficult, and it's very difficult for not just for our staff, but also our students and our families. You know, oftentimes what we do find out is after the fact. So, you know, our priority is to make sure that the student who files the report or the parents feel safe. You know, parents want to make sure that they're heard, they're listened to, and make sure that we provide immediate support for the student and the family. In SCS, we do work directly with our school sites. You know, we provide immediate supports. We have our COSA in the office. We also have external resources that we provide. We have counseling on site, and we also have counseling that we provide off-site as well.
Okay, and then, so where on the website's the handbook?
If you go to our department website, you will find it under Family Resources.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
And also, I want to thank you for that question, and you can see why we're also adding this layer of resource because although we have those resources in place, we're looking forward to this additional resource because just as Ms. Bicondova said, as she was a principal, it's kind of like as you do all of those things, you kind of like say, and what else can I do? And I think we're at that place too. Is like if we can do one more thing, like why can't we do it? So as we go through the training in our cohorts with our teams, we'll see how they can implement that additional strategy for our students on our campuses. So we look forward to the training and going through this process with our teams.
Thank you. Can I just add if there could be communications sent out with families, especially for the sites that are in the first round, that will be the pilot programs of sharing what this is and how their student will be able to participate.
Absolutely. And, another thing I want to emphasize is it's not so much about reacting. I think our teams at the sites and at the district office do a great job, being proactive and providing those interventions. For example, at the elementary level, at the beginning of the school year, we have PBIS, behavior expectations, at the school sites that are doing PBIS. We also have our program Start with Hello that we do at the elementary level. But I would admit, secondary level is a place where we have to really look at what we can do to really enhance the support systems that we have at the secondary level. And that's something that we're hoping to do with this program.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Doctor. I have a question regarding something that is not within your control, but I wanted to know what potentially the response to this is. It's social media. And a lot of the bullying takes place there. Obviously, it comes to the school site. Things are just swirling. I don't have to go through the whole thing, you know what I mean? But what does your program seek to do with those situations?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we have done a number of undercover teams online. So during 2020, we did an entire team online. And sometimes even now, we have to make plans because the bullying's happening usually starts at school, but then it carries in online. So let me give you an example. One of the teams, the girls getting bullied at the school, it carried out online, and so more kids were joining in and comments. So a girl would post a picture of her, say something nasty, and then everybody was posting comments. So what the team did was they created a plan to get that problem to go away. Now, remember, on the team is the most influential kids in the school or in that area. So what the plan of this one team, they said, I'm going to take a picture of the young lady with my arm around her, like this is my girl, and I'm going to post it and tell them, hey, this, me and Sandy ate lunch today, or whatever it was. So then the other kids on the team said, okay, cool, we're going to go in and like it so that the other kids see they're not going to mess with who we like. So they're going to see that if I like it, they better not say anything bad. So when that post happened, a student said some nasty comment. The girl who had posted it and some of the team members jumped on her and said, you better take this down right now. How dare you treat our friend like that? She took it down immediately. and there were no further comments negative toward the girl. So it absolutely stops cyberbullying as long as the team creates that in their plan if that is happening. So if a student does mention it's happening online or we ask them, then we create a plan for that specific thing. So we have a number of stories that we could tell you about those, but it's incredible what the kids do for the online bullying as well. Completely stops it. Yep.
Excellent. I thank you for that. Did you want to follow up, Trustee Vane?
I do. I have maybe for Mr. Angel, could you offer a sense of what the bullying rates are like in OUSD and how we keep track of those kind of holistically so that should we, implement this, we can see if there's been a measurable change?
I can definitely provide those numbers to you in a Friday update. I don't have the exact numbers with me, but I can definitely do that.
Sorry, just something I just heard that made me think, along with providing parents with the information, I think it'd be really important to, when we do choose our schools that we're looking at piloting, to present this to the PTAs and the parent organizations, because I know we've had, the PTAs are always looking for assemblies or anti-bullying programs or things like that, and I think it'd be really, the more we bring the parents, obviously, in the community into it, the more they know about it. Because just right away when you hear undercover teams, it's like, wait a minute, it just kind of sounds suspicious. But I think it'd be really great to get all the parents involved, that they understand what's happening, and it just becomes, part of what is the culture at the school. So just wanted to throw that in.
And I'll just add this real quick. Once upon a time, a long, long time ago, there was peer assistance leadership, and it kind of served as the same kind of model where the students were trained. They did a lot of, I would call it like active listening, and then after that, they would go and they'd be models, and when there were issues, they turned into conflict managers. And that was always under the guise of a undercover-ish, but they wore shirts sometimes, and they identified themselves with who they are. And it sounds not like this, but it's definitely along those lines because it became something students did for other students. The empathy part wasn't there, which I'm particularly excited about, to model that behavior. But I do think it's something that is another opportunity, another strategy to really help our students to resolve issues within themselves, and then also bring in parents to let them know what's happening so they're aware as well. Because we want to always communicate with parents. We want to also give tools to the students, but we want to make sure that we have safe environments so students can learn. So any other comments or questions? Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate that very much. At this time, we'd like to move toward a vote. So if I can entertain a motion for this particular resource. So it's been moved by Trustee Martinez Goodlander, seconded by Trustee Pelly. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 601. Thank you very much. All right, clapping. You can clap. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. Also, now we're moving into Mr. Gonzalez. He's going to bring up the proposed revisions to the board policies, second reading and approval. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Dr. Glass. In October, the second reading of Board Policy 5145.11 prompted a new discussion regarding the existing language for parent guardian notification when law enforcement interviews students on school grounds. After receiving input from the board, staff consulted with legal counsel and is submitting proposed revisions for the board's review and recommendation for approval tonight.
Okay. I entertain a motion to approve these revisions to the board policy. It's been moved by Trustee Thomas, seconded by Trustee Yamasaki. Any questions? Trustee Vane.
So some of the language that was changed, it says it adds, that they can come in when legal authority exists. And I was just kind of wondering, like, what if there's disagreement about whether there is legal authority, who's...
So, in other words, and this is obviously for Mr. Gonzalez, but when a student is in a situation and we're wondering whether or not we should bring in the authority or contact the parent, because that's essentially what the crux had been, and whether or not the principal, if we read further down, should be present for the entire interview, or whether or not they can be left alone. Is that basically what you're asking?
Yeah, well, it's law enforcement can come to carry out their duties on campus when legal authority exists. And I was wondering, well, what if there's disagreement about whether that authority is existing? And the disagreement, I guess, would be between the principal and the law enforcement, right?
Mr. Gonzalez, can you clarify that?
Yes, that is correct. And so that was the information that we provided our legal counsel, is that we wanted to make sure that it was clear that it was not just that they would come in and interview students whenever they wanted, that it was that they came in and interviewed students when legal authority existed, and that they marked that, because there's a portion in that in the board policy in which we indicate that they fill out a form when they come onto campus, and they fill out a form and they mark down on the form in which why they're interviewing the student, so that they mark down what that authority is, and then that's provided in more detail in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth paragraph, where we get into more detail about that. But it's the law enforcement's obligation to provide that legal authority in that space, and
They just indicate it on the form.
where they indicate what that authority is. And so if there's any question about that authority, then at that time they can have a discussion about that with the administrators on the campus, and then they can always call the district office and have a discussion with us if there's, but it is the law enforcement's obligation to let the authorities know on the campus what that legal authority is.
And we have a process in place if there is some kind of disagreement about whether or not that authority is
Yes,
true
that's
or
correct.
accurate.
But it wouldn't be a place in our policy to
Right.
go through an exhaustive list of kind
No.
of letting, like us know. But we want to make sure that it's clear, because before it wasn't
Right.
necessarily clear in our policy that there had to be a legal authority there for them to interview students. We didn't make that clear in our policy before. So we wanted to make sure that it was clear there. And then we're also, which is not a part of our policy here, where we're revising our we are revising our form also, so that it's very clear that they have to provide that in our form. And our legal counsel is also helping us revise the form as well, so that way it's very clear that they have to provide that to us.
Thank you.
Another clarifying question, or maybe it's more of a statement. When it comes to this board policy, there may need to be an administrative regulation that kind of points out exactly what to do for those site members that are administrative. I can say, you can say, we probably normally would just say, oh, there's a police officer, yeah, come on in, what do you need to do? There's probably not a lot of opportunity to say, can I see the proper paperwork? Because we're very compliant. I'm just keeping it, to use the vernacular, I'm keeping it real. Because when individuals come to our campuses in uniform and they ask to talk to our students, I think that's what Trustee Erickson was mentioning before. It's like, who's there to support the child? But if we as administrators, principals, assistant principals are saying, oh, I just see you here, you must have something important to do, outside of the bolded area of paragraph 6, it may not be so clear to the site administrator. And so I'm just suggesting that maybe we have clear guidelines and training for the administrators, so that they don't just allow the student to be interviewed without some kind of protocol, and the question of whether or not the parent is involved. Now, we know if it's a child abuse situation, we know it says clearly, you know, you're a victim, so I get it. That's another portion of it. But sometimes that's extended. You know, maybe that perspective is extended, and we want to keep our students safe, and we're attempting to do that, but there has to be some sort of protocol that allows for them to know that there's someone in that room, as just the example I'm using, that's on their side, that's looking out for them in particular. Does that make sense?
I think you bring up very good points here, and it was also part of the conversation that we did have with Ms. Erickson, and I think that was exactly the point of the conversation we had in October here, and it was a point of a lot of discussion and reflection following that board meeting, and it was part of a lot of the conversation we had with council. And so I think just these revisions here is not the end of our conversation. I think it's probably about the middle of our conversation, because also the revision of the form and potentially additional revisions of our administrative regulation and additional training with our of our administrators, because you've been an administrator, we have others up here on the dais that are, and that discussion that followed the board discussion was exactly that, is when you have someone with a badge that comes onto a campus, yeah, there's that sense on the campus that you kind of just, you know, start to comply. And that's not necessarily the case, you know, when we're dealing with children on the campus without their parents there. And so we do need to have more conversations with our administrators about what their role is on campus, and when we have law enforcement on campus, and how these policies that we have translate to real situations on the campus. So, so yeah, I think your points are well taken. So were Trustee Erickson's, and so we have plans to do exactly what you're talking about. So as soon as we have these and update the forms and make changes to administrative regulations, our plans are to not only have trainings with our administrators, but just conversations also, dialogue with them about that role and about how potentially these scenarios might play out on their campuses.
Maybe you could share the form with us in the Friday letter.
Absolutely, because the policy happens here, but some of those other steps, including the training and some of those other things, you know, happen beyond today.
Thank you.
Is it possible to include the office managers in that training too, in that discussion? Because usually they're the first to talk to.
There's multiple layers of people that are involved when this happens, including campus security and other people, you know, that are involved on the campus. Yeah, thank you for that.
Before I call for the vote, we have to remember that educators are essentially bound by the theory of in loco parentis, right? So we're the parents on campus. And I think that's the first point that really undergirds or really is the foundation of this policy and a lot of different policies, because we're supporting the student. It doesn't mean that we're not supporting law enforcement, right? It means that we're supporting the student. And so we are in that space, maybe even until the parent is notified or comes down or what have you, which is it's a very difficult and very important role to take on. And our administrators need to be complimented for what they've done up to this point, but they also need to be trained on how to move forward with these type of matters. I think it's critical to do that. So any other questions, comments, or concern? I don't think I asked for a motion, because I'd like a motion for this particular revision to the board policy.
I'll move it.
Trustee Thomas? Trustee Pelley, second. Moved by Trustee Thomas, second by Trustee Pelley. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 601. Now we're moving to Cross-sectional Steering Committee update. And so we're going to move this over to Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. The Board of Education will receive an update tonight on the formation of the Cross-sectional Steering Committee. Under the guidance of Sue Singh, Senior Chief Executive Officer, Student Services, SALPA Special Education, the Student Support and Community Engagement Team is implementing several system-wide improvement strategies to strengthen behavioral practices. Central to their plan is the formation of the Cross-sector Committee, whose focus is to identify underlying causes of behavioral challenges and develop effective solutions, especially for our youngest scholars. In the formation of this committee, Dr. Singh ensured that those impacted by the decisions were represented and included in the decision-making process. She and the committee have prepared an update for you this evening, and I invite Dr. Singh to open the presentation for us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Good evening, President Dr. Glass, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Monarez, cabinet staff, and the Orange community. It is my pleasure to invite to the podium at this point members who are spread out in this room all across from our cross-sectional steering committee. Come on up, guys. And as the members come forward, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that they have taken on a very complex and important task, and I deeply appreciate both their individual and collective. This is a mighty group, and each member's contributions deserve a huge shout out. And so this evening, this group will share highlights of their work that they have completed thus far. We've started and we've kept a good pace, but they will share their work, what they've done and how they formed their goals and how they're proceeding. And I think the important part for us is how this cross-sector steering committee is also leading to that co-creation of a systems-based approach where both our students and our staff members are equally supported. I think that's the power of this team. And so, that being said, I'm going to invite to the stage, to the podium here, our president from OUEA, Karen.
Hey, thank you. Okay. When Dr. Singh invited me to co-create this steering committee with her, I appreciated that our voices were being heard. The committee was formed in response to system misalignments and inconsistent practices related to student behavior and discipline. To be a district of excellence, we must strengthen behavior systems that promote safe, supportive learning environments, as students cannot thrive academically without behavioral stability. Input from voices in the field further confirmed that the absence of coherent, uniform practices has led to fragmented processes and inconsistent student experiences. Our shared goal is for all students to feel supported and excited to come to school each day, supported by clear school-wide systems that help staff work more efficiently. And equally important is that staff feels safe and supported by district and school-wide systems to address student behaviors so that effective teaching and learning can take place. This work challenges us to be proactive rather than reactive as we build sustainable systems for students, staff, and school communities. I'd like to welcome Ms. Kenyon, Orange High School teacher and activities director, to the podium next.
Thank you so much. Our committee is comprised of both classified and certificated staff across the full K-12 continuum. Committee members include elementary and secondary teachers, school psychologists, counselors, and both district and site level administrators. We bring our diverse perspectives, and our expertise informs our work. As reflected in our visuals that you can see here, The committee started the work on day one and has been working at a very excellent pace. I have to say, there is not one moment wasted of these meetings. We are the epitome of bell to bell.
No, you're fine. Sorry. Good evening. Yes. Sorry. I'm Miss Kaiser. I'm the school counselor for McPherson. And then this is Tish.
I'm Tish Morris. I'm Behavior Support Assistant Trainer with the district.
Good evening. To advance the committee's objectives, 3 core goals were collaboratively developed to guide and anchor our work, which you see right here. We have been working in each of these 3 goal areas. For example, during our first meeting, we calibrated on current state and desired state. And during the second meeting, we did a gallery walk providing input at each of the stations. This allowed us to reach an understanding on definitions of behavior and co-create behavior processes and resource documents.
These products will be presented for final review to the committee during next week's meeting. This way, we have agreements and alignment of processes and procedures that have been co-created by representative members of different groups.
And now we'd like to welcome Ms. Domer, Villa Park High School Education Specialist, to the podium.
On the screen, you will see our timeline. As you can see, the steering committee was co-established in November. Beginning in December, the committee convened to solidify its goals and initiate, hold on, I need my glasses, and initiate structured collaborative work. We meet every 2 weeks to co-create and refine our work. On a personal note, I'm proud to be part of this committed group of people working together to benefit the students and staff of OUSD. The chance to collaborate with people from all over the district to explore the root causes of discipline issues and explore positive solutions is wonderful. I'm impressed by the progress we've made and excited to continue working together to build behavioral systems for the district. We anticipate measurable outcomes aligned to each of the committee's goals and hope to be back with you in April to provide an update of our work. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Pullen, Special Education Administrator, to come forward.
All right. So presented on your screen is an executive summary of our work thus far. As Ms. Kaiser and Ms. Morris shared, a comprehensive behavioral framework is currently being developed to reduce fragmentation and support student and staff well-being. This approach emphasizes prevention, clear processes, and sustainable implementation. Included in the committee's work, for example, is the development of a transition behavior support TBS model, which is designed to systematize a staff response framework. We are pleased to report that a component of the district-based TBS framework is being piloted, which started day 1 on our return from winter break, with behavior interventionists being deployed from the district office in support of escalations which exceed site response capacity. I'd now like to invite Andrea Foster, Administrator, to close us out.
Thank you. In parallel, as you've heard, the bullying prevention framework is going to deepen through the undercover bullying teamwork, which is a key element in overall student wellness. We look forward to sharing the outcomes of our steering committee's work again in April. Thank you, and the committee is happy to take any questions or comments that you may have at this time.
Any questions? I'll begin. I want to thank you for your presentation. It's outstanding. What I noticed right off is the speed with which you guys got together, and as Ms. Kenyon mentioned, there's been no time wasted. So coming back in, I want to say April, like was stated just now, is excellent because our students need this. They need this kind of support in complement with the anti-bullying. I think it's going to be a remarkable thing. It's going to allow us to do the good work of making this district excellent. and making sure that students get what they need to learn every day without any kind of outside disruptions and situations. But importantly, to make sure that teachers can teach, right? Because that's an important component too. I heard Ms. Baroma, she mentioned that a few months ago. That was a very important statement she made. I had to go home and really, it resonated with me. So the actual creation of this this committee is essential. So I thank you very much for the work that you're doing and continue to do. And I will just say this, anything that's led by Dr. Singh is going to be very effective. So thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you. Just a real quick comment. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here tonight, that you're still here, so that's great. And thank you, more importantly, for all the work that you're doing. I'm so excited to hear about this cross collaboration and giving our teachers, our counselors a seat at the table to talk about this. And I think this whole effort is going to bring our district together and solve our problems, or at least go in that direction. So thank you very much.
Steve.
As others have said, thank you so much for being here. I know it's late. A few things stood out to me during your presentation, and the first is the emphasis on definitions and having a shared understanding on, what these terms even mean. What exactly are we doing to support, so that as a district, we have a sense of what we're trying to combat and the resources that we can provide. The other word that really stood out to me is the language of dispatch. Because as a district, we kind of function as, a central node, but then our school sites, they need support dispatched from our center. And so I really look forward to seeing that progress and learning about how the pilot goes. Thank you.
All right.
It's okay.
Trustee Martinez Goodlander.
So thank you again for your presentation. And Dr. Singh, I want to thank you for embracing the spirit of co-creation by presenting it or co-presenting it with your committee members. Can you share more about the TBS pilot? This is something that I know the board's also been interested in for a long time. And Dr. Whitmer and I have had many conversations about what would this look like and potential solutions about what's going on our campuses. So the presentation mentioned that there's 2 coming out of the district office and that it's being piloted. Can you share a little bit more?
Sure, absolutely. So thank you for your kindness as always, and your comments. I do appreciate it. This is the work of this amazing committee. So going back to your question, so TBS concept came out of the discussions that we were having in our first meeting. So what came out was we need a site response team and a district response team. When the capacity and the ability for folks at the site level to manage a behavioral escalation far exceed either the skill or the capacity or the resources. That is when the concept of a systems-based approach came in with a district-based TBS team. By its very nature, it is transitional so that the skills can be built. As you heard in the earlier presentation through Dr. Bicondova, our goal is to get into that I do, we do, you do model. So building staff capacity, building the response mechanism to respond appropriately and accurately and proactively to a behavioral escalation is the ideal. But there's also the reality of sometimes the site resources and capacity and skill are unable to manage certain situations, which is when the transitional behavior support model, the team, will be deployed. And so we're co-creating processes where, when will that button be pushed of that we need help from the district office, and we're unable to manage what is happening at the site level with the site resources. So that is the work coming up, and we actually Karen and I met this morning to review the agenda for next week's meeting, which is coming up on Tuesday, to discuss the process. This is the protocol. We need to develop those, co-develop those, because then there's shared agreement. Right? So great ideas came from the committee on who can be responding at the site level. I know Cammie's poster was like, yay up. So it was great discussions. Right? So we're taking all that and co-creating a system that works for both our students and supports our staff. So right now, once again, specifics to your question, right now, effective the first day when students returned, we have 2 behavior interventionists that are being deployed from the district office for site-based emergencies. Now, I do know that they've gone out to Esplanade, to Serrano, VPE, so they're all over. Additionally, what we're working on is hopefully expanding that. Now, this is a pilot, so hopefully by next week, we'll have 1 deployment per feeder pattern. So we'll have 4 that we can deploy per feeder pattern. Once again, we're going to study the efficacy through data gathering, wondering if it's working or not, right? I mean, that's all the wonderment out there. Is this model going to work? But the beauty of it is it has the buy-in from our teams, and the idea is generated from this group.
That was going to be my follow-up question of like, what method are you evaluating the effectiveness?
Absolutely. So, in fact, I met with the team and said, well, we have this deployment strategy happening, but what is that feedback loop? Because in my head, it's not closed, the circle, till that feedback loop comes full circle. So that being said, in the current model, we have a 1-week review that has been built in. Once again, this is just is very new, but still, we do have that embedded loop because we're not going to let that loop fall. Then we don't know whether it's working or not. So we've had discussions, and that 1-week feedback loop will close the case or continue the support as needed.
And this is something that supports all the students on campus, right?
Absolutely. Okay. There's no they're all our kids. All kids get the support.
And then I think the last question I have is more about, like, when are we looping in caregivers to be a part of the conversation?
So once this process is developed, I think that is when, once things are cemented through the feedback of this committee, that is when there was initially, to initiate this committee, there was a shared, it was a joint communique. So our thought process is, once this committee completes the work, the same communication pattern and training methodology will be in place. There's actually, for this upcoming meeting next week, we have a training roadmap that has come from feedback from this group. I was telling Karen this morning, that was my best part, was the training needs. So let's get that out there. So the roadmap will be created for our staff. Additionally, the parents, will see the benefits, and we plan to present it at PTA. So I think that'll be valuable to bring it to the PTA platform and inform our families about these are the positive things happening in support of our kiddos and our staff.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Vane.
For the schools that aren't members of PTA, maybe we can also make an effort to reach out to those schools that have different parent organizations.
Absolutely, absolutely. And additionally, we plan to bring it up at the next principals meeting too, just to advise them, inform them of the work that is happening. That, again, came out of a recommendation of the committee that maybe one of the principals who's part of the committee co-shares that at the next principal meeting, and then the word has to get out. So we will make sure that the word gets out.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Pelley.
Thank you for this. This is wonderful to see happening. And I want to thank Dr. Singh and Karen Barone for kind of getting in here and doing this so quickly. And also Dr. Monades, you know, like us, you heard comments and you saw the need right away and just said, let's do this, let's get this done. But instead of being reactive, we're being strategic and taking the time to get it done quickly and efficiently, and then trying to get it in place fully, hopefully, for next year. I just appreciate the way that we're being very thoughtful and strategic about it. I was going to ask about TBS, so that answered my questions. I was also going to mention the parent groups and getting the word out, so we're all kind of on the same page up here. But I just feel like we have people with knowledge and experience and skills. We have that. We have a huge resource in our district, but really pooling it together, assessing the needs at the sites, and they're all different, and year to year that changes, we know, with the students. But being able to create those systems, it's so important. It's just about being strategic and getting the systems in place. And I know how badly, having been there, that the sites do need that. We can train people at sites to do so much, but then you're pulling other people from their positions and jobs that they need to be doing, and then those students or those systems or whatever they're involved in are failing. So as you know, President Dr. Glass said, teachers can't teach, students can't learn, and other people are pulled from their jobs. So this is just so important, and I feel like we're just getting closer and closer to just working so much smarter, not harder. We say that a lot, but I feel like we're really seeing it in action. So thank you all so much for your work, and I just look forward to seeing the end results of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're moving to Dr. Menares, and she's going to give us a deferred maintenance update. Dr. Menares.
Thank you, President Glass. So trustees, prior to the actual presentation being presented to you, I just want to make sure we're clear on funding, because we have a lot of money that has been, I shouldn't say a lot, but you just in December, you approved the first interim, and you put $40 million into like campus beautification. I don't want that to get confused with what we're presenting tonight. Those $40 million are not part of this presentation tonight. This presentation is about the deferred maintenance $6 million that you've already put aside or is in the current budget for this school year. So this is the $6 million that is in this school year that we're actually going to start taking action on for projects going into next summer. And it also includes, there was $1.4 million of previous deferred maintenance money that you put in last budget, last school year, carryover. So we actually have $7.4 million in deferred maintenance that we will be sharing with you proposed projects to move forward for this school year. So I wanted to be sure that we keep those two buckets separate. Tonight is deferred maintenance only, using the $6 million that was already allocated from this school year budget and 1.4 from carryover from last year. With that, I'm going to turn it over. I want to thank Director Harlan for being here and for sharing the projects that are on the docket and how we got there and some other things as it relates to deferred maintenance. So thank you, Director Harlan.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Glass, President Dr. Glass, esteemed board members, Dr. Menares, and esteemed cabinet members. I would like to start with saying thank you to the board for your continued support on the deferred maintenance project. What is deferred maintenance? Deferred maintenance refers to the major repair or replacement of existing facilities and systems that are postponed due to funding, timing, or prioritization. But that most eventually, did I miss something? Deferred maintenance is not an option. It is a strategic decision about when and how to invest in our facilities. Every delay has consequences, and every investment extends the life of our assets. As compared to routine maintenance, which is what our in-house technicians do on an everyday basis from day to day. Criteria for selection. Deferred maintenance plan prioritizes projects using data-driven criteria to target the most critical needs. Sites are selected by safety concerns, condition, and age. Once compiled, the criteria helps determine the scope of the project and the necessity to bid the projects. We also coordinate with Ed Services and Special Ed to ensure that summer projects continue to go on. I will now dive into the deferred maintenance projects for this summer. First one being fire alarm projects. We have one project going this summer. The estimated cost is $680,000. That site is Levita. On the agenda, though, you will see 2 more items for additional fire alarm projects for the future. We have to hire the architects, do the plans, go to DSA, so these other 2 schools are targeted for next summer, but we have to start preparation for that now. Asphalt replacement projects. Want to give you a little background on asphalt replacement for slurry coat. I know we talked about this last year, but remember, asphalt replacement is where we take 3 to 4 inches of asphalt out, bad asphalt, and we put 3 to 4 inches new back in. Slurry coat is where we put a coat of slurry on an existing asphalt surface to help revitalize it, to get more length, more life out of it. So for replacement, we have 7 locations, including restriping, and that is an estimated replacement cost of $3.1 billion. We have slurry maintenance at 4 locations, and that is including restriping at a maintenance cost of $610,000. Flooring projects. We are only doing 1 flooring project. It is quite a large one. It is the NPR at Canyon Rim, and the reason for it is we have a problem with moisture coming through the cement floor, which is causing the tile to pop, bubble, and create safety concerns. So what we have to do with this school is we have to remove all the existing tile, sand the floor, prep it, and then we have to put a moisture barrier down before we put the new flooring down to prevent this from happening further. That is an estimated cost of about $80,000. Roofing projects. As this one, you can see we're doing 4 locations. The 2 pictures that you do see are, pretty much speak for themselves. The top one being the Ag Department at Orange High School. The bottom one being the 300 wing at Canyon High School. You can see the 2 new roofs above it that were done approximately 4 to 6 years ago, and the one that needs it now. That is a total estimated cost of about $1.9 million. Exterior paint projects. We are doing 4 locations. You'll hear me talk about 2 different things. One is we're doing the whole location. One is we're doing fascia trim and doors. 2 of the locations are getting full painting, full exterior painting, and 2 of the locations are only getting trim and doors and fascia. The 2 locations that are getting the full exterior painting are Levita and Villa Park High School. I know you may ask and say Villa Park High School was on the Measure S list. What we are doing is the 5 buildings that were not touched by the Measure S, and we are now going to paint them so they blend in and match the rest of the school. That is at an estimated cost of about $470,000. So as you can see, the estimated cost of these projects come up to about $7.4 million. The one you didn't see a slide on is the last item, which is the storm drain improvements. As we know at some of our older schools, we don't have storm drains in them. So when the water comes off the roof, it goes in, and we have problems with it going back towards the doors. What we want to do is look at solutions for these problems at these older schools and see what we can do about that. At this time, I would like to thank you for your time, and I will now turn it over to Mr. Calderon.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, and Orange community. Some of the things that we want to talk about as next steps. Your facilities department has prepared a comprehensive assessment of all the deferred maintenance needs across the district. Obviously, that becomes a list that we don't have the funding to attack on a comprehensive basis. So the next step, and the step that we're now engaged in, is creating a maintenance plan that takes the assessment, prioritizes it, as Director Harlan mentioned, based on safety concerns, age of facilities, and then a prioritization based on the conditions. And so we take that criteria, and we're going to build a plan that is going to be like a 15-year plan. So every 5 years, we want to try to circulate through facilities and do improvements that are needed. So like one of the things that you don't see on this particular plan is HVAC systems, that we have some aging HVAC systems that need attention. And so obviously we have a limited pot of resources, and so those need to get placed on a regular plan. And as you see from your budget, we set aside a regular amount of money so that those projects can be attacked. And so we'll be bringing that forward to you. Also, as Dr. Menarez mentioned, there is the beautification funds that you have set aside. We are also working on a program, a comprehensive program, which we'll be presenting portions of that at our upcoming work study session on February 5th. And I'm looking forward to doing that. We're working feverishly to get that implemented, because I think that it does impact the district to be able to take that money and make good use of it. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Board. And so I'll just close up. And the final part is the enhanced transparency. So we are looking at how we can pull this once the board approves the deferred maintenance plan. How do we make that more of a public-facing document for our families? Understanding, because this is the concern, anytime you work on maintaining a building, that you can have a plan to work on, take care of something. Maybe it's HVAC at a particular school. But then a priority comes up at a different school that's more of an emergency. And so that would then have us have to shift the plan to get to that emergency priority. So we want to find a way where we can have information on our website where parents and community members and staff can go in and see where their school falls on the different deferred maintenance pieces, and have that caveat that this is the plan, but it's never going to be foolproof, because when you're talking about buildings, emergencies happen. So we're going to work on that, and the goal is to have something by the end of the school year through the summer, so next school year we can have that up on the website in some way. So that's another piece of the transparency and just helping people to know how things are working. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harlan. And before we go to anybody else, we do have a public comment. So please don't go far, Mr. Harlan. We do have a public comment.
Karen Brown.
Maybe. Okay. I'm going to speak tonight, obviously, regarding the deferred maintenance plan. While I appreciate transparency regarding the volume of work planned for the summer, I was concerned at first to see that the presentation only listed numbers and not the names of school sites, because in past practice, we've typically seen the actual school site names on there, which worried me because I work at a very ugly school that needs some work. It just needs some work. So I'm glad to see that we're getting painted. So that part I don't need to comment about, because we are getting painted. But it does list 7 schools slated for full asphalt replacement. I sincerely hope Levita is on that list as well, as This has moved beyond an aesthetic issue and into a daily safety concern. On a daily basis, our students fall on our deteriorating playground surfaces. They're not just minor trips. We're seeing students with deep bloody scrapes that require staff to physically pick chunks of loose asphalt out of their skin, which is gross. It's a recurring safety hazard that our students and staff deal with every single recess and PE period. If we are not currently one of those sites slated for asphalt replacement, not just slurry, full replacement, I respectfully beg this board and the facilities department to reconsider that, because our students deserve a school environment that's both safe and above all well-maintained. And I'd also like to add, I've been here a long time. Typically summer projects don't start on time. And when that happens, then things aren't ready when school starts. So I know sometimes things are out of your control, and I know sometimes we have one company doing every single project, which then puts it behind, but to not have, for any of those 7 schools, their asphalt done by the time school starts would be detrimental. And I'm hoping that school gets out Thursday and you start Friday. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Any questions from board colleagues?
What are the 2 sites that are getting the trim and fascia painted?
Oh, let me find those real quick. What we typically do on those on the trim, if we do roofing on a building or several buildings, we come back the next year because we put up new rain gutters. We usually replace fascia boards before the new roof gets put back on. The following summer, then we will come back and we will paint the school with trim indoors, and that's to protect the new wood that was put on. We will prime it when the roof goes on, but we will follow it up with trim and paint. So that's usually what happens. But the 2 schools, let's see. Those 2 schools are Canyon Rim, Those 2 schools will be Fairhaven and Panorama. And both those schools got new roofs last year.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry that took so long.
Any other questions, board colleagues? Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harlan, for your presentation. I appreciate it. I did want to mention the same thing. In the past, we've had actually individual projects and schools listed, so that would be good to include so that we are aware of which, in case our constituents ask, we can say, yes, it's going to be done, or that's on the plan. So, and I understand that the safety and needs are the biggest priorities and how you schedule your deferred maintenance. How are you aligning it with the facilities master plan and their projects? And how are you addressing the projects that are done equitably amongst the entire district, with all the schools, not just the schools who...
Well, working with facilities, as you know, facilities, maintenance, and operations are becoming one department.
Okay.
So we are going to be working a lot more tighter with them on projects they are doing within their department, projects we are doing, to make sure they do line up. Because the last thing we want to do is say, go asphalt a project, go put new asphalt into the school, and then the next year someone comes in and then they start tearing it all up because they're running electrical lines or something like that. So we are now working with facilities under Mr. Calderon.
I'm happy to hear that.
To work on those projects to make sure they align.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that.
I can get you all the names of the schools that have work being done in a Friday letter.
That would be great.
Okay.
The one project that I can think of off the top of my head that wasn't addressed last year, and I don't see it addressed this year, is there's a roofing issue at Crescent. There,
the
locker room.
Locker room, yes.
Yeah, and so I was there a year and a half ago, and I talked about it, and that has not yet been addressed, and so.
I will defer to
Okay.
Dr. Monarez?
Sorry, I don't mean to bring it, like,
Oh, no, no,
parent
no.
just brought it up to me today, actually.
It's okay,
so-
actually. So as you know, Mr. Calderon just started with us. I just talked to him yesterday, about taking a look at that particular space and another building, because it's a bigger need than a roof.
I understand.
So yes, it is on the kind of we're aware of it. We're looking at it.
It's a complex project, I get it.
It's not
but
just a
it's-
deferred
yeah.
maintenance, it's more than that, for that particular space. But it is on the radar, and really want to bring back to the board this bigger picture of the multi-year deferred maintenance plan. It wasn't my decision and my ask of Mr. Harlan not to include the school names on it, so that we can start thinking about what are we doing as a district, and when can someone expect, because that's what you need, right, to be able to tell your constituents. And that's the piece of getting it on the website. But first, we need a plan that you approve as a board, and then we will make all these things public. In the absence of that, then we get some school names on there, but then others are like, well, where am I?
Yeah,
well, we don't.
I get that.
Yeah, so we're working towards that, but I also understand we're in this place of shifting and transition, so understood that. I just wanted the board to know that this was not Mr. Harlan's decision. It was my ask of him as we work to shift kind of how we go about some things.
Okay.
Any other questions? Trustee Pelley.
Just wanted to thank you. This is a huge job, and it's ongoing. We've talked about this before. I personally am excited about the storm drain improvements at whatever schools you can work with, because we know that's an issue everywhere. But it just goes back to just site safety, to engaging students and them wanting to come to school and being proud of their schools because everything's working, for teachers to be able to teach and do their jobs. I mean, it all ties together, and you're a huge part of that. And I know when staff leaves for summer, they say, have a great summer, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, it's just starting, right? You're very busy during that time, and you guys are kind of the unsung heroes. So anybody that sees the maintenance trucks, which you see all over, every time I'm out, I see at least a couple of them. Give them a nice wave and tell them thank you. But thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. So I know this was informational, but I just want to thank you again, as Trustee Pelley and the rest of my board colleagues do, for all the work that you do. I hope some of those storm drains go to Palmyra, but I know you guys worked on. I'm just saying. I don't mean. Is that bad to say that? But I think is it bad? You can't do that. That's not. Okay, I retract that. I retract it. I know. So the main thing is thank you for everything that you're doing. It's excellent for that. And again, the hard work does begin right after school's out. So we appreciate that, and we'll give you all the support that you need to make that happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One more thing, I wanted to just shift over to Mr. Calderon as I call him up to do to discuss and introduce the annual audit report. We want to thank Mr. Calderon for being on our team. We haven't mentioned him yet, but thank you very much for joining us here at Orange Unified. We're very grateful for your inclusion in cabinet activities. And so please, on behalf of the board, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is a pleasure to be here, and I'm very excited about all this great work. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Jessica Miller from the accountancy firm of Nigro & Nigro, who is going to present your audit. And as you know, one of the most important things that the board does is receive the audit. The auditor works directly for the board as they audit the district's operations and its Measure S funds. So with that, I'll give it to Ms. Miller to take it from here.
Thank you for the introduction. As was mentioned, my name is Jessica Miller. I'm a partner with Nigro & Nigro, and we conduct your independent annual audit of the district as a whole, as well as your separate bond audit that we do each year. So my normal presentation, I do a brief overview of our process, a brief overview of what is in the audit report itself, and then I'm more than happy to answer any questions or dig into areas deeper if you want me to explain in more detail. So as far as our process goes, it's recurring each year. We're getting started actually pretty soon with our different districts, but we really break it into 3 different sections. Our first section of the year is what we call our site testing. At this point, we're visiting actual individual school sites. We select a sample of those school sites on rotation. And when we're out, we're looking at attendance taking procedures as well as ASB activity. So attendance, your average daily attendance is obviously a large driver for a lot of your different fundings. And so we want to make sure there's proper controls, checks and balances when it comes to how attendance is taken at the school sites. And then we also look at the ASBs and we look at their transactions and make sure they have proper documentation, good business practices in place for the transactions happening through the ASBs. Move forward a little bit further on in the year and we do our first visit kind of in the springtime typically. At this point, your books aren't closed, so we're not looking at final financial numbers, but we're looking at controls and compliance. So for controls, we're wanting to make sure there are best practices, checks and balances, documentation, things like that. We pull samples of transactions, money coming in, money coming out, making sure that we can trace receipts to final deposit, that when money goes out, that there's proper invoices to support expenditures, that they were properly pre-approved. Those sorts of things. We pull payroll transactions as well. Again, kind of just a sampling across your different funds and a broad category of transactions. And then we also do compliance testing. So there's required compliance testing from both the state and federal guidelines. So for federal, we do a rotation of your major federal programs, and we're picking different programs each year and doing a deeper dive into those programs. A lot of it's focused on allowability of expenditures and payroll, but there's other elements as well. State compliance is a little bit of a mixed bag. We have certain programs that we're required to look at by state audit guide. This can be anything from a certain update being made or posted by a required date to an allowability of an expenditure to a program. Again, quite a few things involved in state compliance. Attendance is actually part of that state compliance as well that we've already done in our earlier visit. We come back then again in the fall. At this point, your books are closed for the year, so we're really shifting our focus to the financial statements. So taking your unaudited actuals, working our way through those numbers, making sure that we can tie out the numbers presented there to support so that we can give our opinion on whether or not they're fairly stated. We will also clean up any additional compliance testing that needs to be done at year end that couldn't be done during our interim visit. All of that leads to a very exciting audit report, maybe not the most exciting reading, but I'll kind of give you the brief overview of what's included here. Starts off, the very beginning is an opinion letter, and our bond and our regular audit start off in a similar way where we have that opinion letter up front. And this is a clean or an unmodified opinion, which is what you'd be wanting. It's saying that we agree that the financial statements as presented here are presented fairly in all material aspects. So that's really what that opening letter is saying. After that is management's discussion and analysis, about 8 pages or so at the beginning. I sometimes refer to this as the cliff notes of the audit report. So it gives shortened financial statements as well as current year and prior year information. So it provides a little bit of context. You can kind of see what went up, what went down in those, and some very, very brief explanations as to why things went up or down. So again, kind of a good overview, gives you just a shortened version of what's in the rest of the report. After management's discussion and analysis, you have your full financial statements that are presented. And then after those financial statements are the notes. That's the bulk of the audit report. A lot of required disclosures when it comes to accounting policies and procedures. Pension and OPEB have particularly lengthy notes. There's a lot of required disclosures when it comes to those programs. After you get past the notes, there's some additional schedules in the back. Again, more schedules on pension, more schedules on OPEB, a lot of requirements around those. But you'll also see a budgetary comparison schedule. There'll be a schedule of your average daily attendance for the year, your instructional minutes. There's a schedule for your federal awards and expenditures that were spent throughout the year. And then there's 3 letters after that. So again, going through fairly briefly, but that first letter was our opinion on your overall financial statements. The back 3 letters are opinions in compliance with governmental auditing standards, in compliance with federal, and then with state compliance. And so those are kind of how those are broken out in the back. After you get through those letters, at the very, very back would then be any findings that were noted during the audit, as well as resolution to prior year findings, and then at the very end, any best practice suggestions in that last letter. So again, a very, very quick overview. I had mentioned at the beginning, we do your bond audit as well. We're really doing that in conjunction with your regular audit, and so we're looking at bond expenditures when we're looking at district expenditures as a whole. We do a deeper dive for the bond itself and pull a larger population of expenditures, and then we also do quite a bit of contract testing when it comes to bonds to make sure you're following public contract code, things were properly bid and advertised, that sort of thing. So again, more than happy to go into detail on any particular area or answer questions on either our process or the reports themselves.
All right. Thank you so much for your very concise report. We appreciate that. Any questions? Okay, hearing none. This was another information item, so we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So now, consent items, and there was a public comment.
We have one on 16A, Crystal Miles. I think she's not here. I think
Not here.
she left.
Okay, thank you. All right, give her just a second. Maybe I think she just had one, but the other one may be non-agenda. So I'll check on that. Okay, does anyone want to pull an item for further discussion?
I don't want to pull an item, but I want to make a comment.
Please.
I have to tell you how sad I am on 11L. They're going to destroy bus 16, and that was my bus, brand spanking new in 1999. After driving a 1959 Crown that was up and down Anaheim Hills, really loud, shifting. But anyway, I'm just telling you, thank you. Shout out to Pam McDonald, who replaced all those buses, and I hope you're watching. I know she's not, but anyway, thank you.
She may not be, but it's on video, so she can refer to it. So thank you very much. All right. So for our consent items, we act on them with one motion. So any such item can be considered separately at any time. We know that we don't want any item pulled. So I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent items.
I'll move.
Trustee Thomas moves. Second? Trustee Yamasaki seconds. And any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0-1. And we'll move to, well, actually, we'll do the non-agenda item for public comment.
We have one, Jolene Lang. No comment? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, we'll go through board and staff recognitions, comments, et cetera. Can we start with Trustee Vane?
Sure. Find my notes. Okay, so first, I'd like to welcome everyone back to the new year for the second half. It was really lovely to start out our session today with Santiago. I like that new tradition. And I had an opportunity earlier in the school year to visit Santiago Charter's dual enrollment celebration. And it really is truly phenomenal, the number of college credits that they are having at such a young age relative to most dual enrollment programs. So I'm really excited that they got to come today. Again, thank you very much to our counselors, much deserved recognition. They listen, they encourage, and they help our students to find their path forward. So I'm glad that we were able to recognize them, and to our schools that did achieve that RAMP award. It's very exciting. I know they've been working a really long time. And last night, as others have mentioned, was the Orange High School Community Showcase, and it was so much fun. There were students from the high school, the middle schools, the feeder elementary schools, so many adorable cheerleaders, and everyone got to see the beautiful campus, and it was truly a joy to see many in the community come out and celebrate the school and showcase all that we have going on there. In the coming weeks, there are the showcases at the other schools, and I look forward to them. And I think that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vane. Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you very much. Dr. Menadas mentioned it earlier. The PTA, OUC PTA, held its reflections exhibit here in the boardroom, and I just wanted to acknowledge and thank OUC PTA for doing this. They had over 400 participants throughout our district who submitted amazing artwork. I mean, there was dance, there was somebody at Kenyon made a whole score. It was like crazy. But I was so impressed with the level of artwork. It just keeps getting better and better every year. So they had over 400 participants, 125 or something like that were on display here, and then 26 of them moved up to the district level, and after the district, which is Orange County, they'll compete at the state and then at the national level. And I just want to remind everyone, last year we had 4 go to state, and that is incredible. I mean, you're talking about 4 out of like tens of thousands of artwork, so that's amazing. And we even had one that went to national. So, and I want to specifically thank Bailey Sargent, who was the committee chair for this, and she did a great job in putting out QR codes so you can see the actual videos, and she made really nice placards for all the artwork, and it was just another level. So, wanted to thank PTA for bringing that to our district.
Thank you very much, Trustee Yamasaki. Trustee Martinez Goodlander.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing about the other events that have happened this week or this month. Last night was a lot of fun seeing all the different students being able to perform and bringing along their family to see our beautiful campus. Last week, I had the pleasure of attending a conference hosted by a nonprofit called Groundswell. Our county supervisor, Sarmiento, invited me along to see essentially how this nonprofit works with school districts to do a lot of intervention type of work. And the title of the conference was Interwoven Community. So a lot of the workshops and the keynote speaker discussed the importance of belonging and the true sense of belonging, and of community, and really building empathy to hear different perspectives. And they had different panels to be able to share the different perspectives that you would typically hear, where you may align with one or the other, but it was interesting to see the de-escalation that happens in that process of how they also do that with students. And I've seen some of that in action in different school districts, and it's amazing with the work that they do. There's a lot of restorative practices and conflict resolution that are really key components that were brought up throughout the day. And so I'm really looking forward to potentially partner with them in the future. But not only that, I was able to meet other community partners. And I found out from the director of education from Segerstrom that Lamson Elementary is one of 4 schools in our entire county that participates in a program for musical theater. So the Segerstrom staff come to Lamson and they train our teachers on how to do a production. So I know that they will eventually produce a number in the spring, maybe early spring. And our Lamson students also have the opportunity to go to Segerstrom and perform one number from the whole production that they have. So it's really exciting to see that, and she's looking forward to offering that opportunity to other elementary schools too. So I will pass on the contact to whoever needs it so that our elementary school students could have that opportunity to shine.
Thank you, that's great. Trustee Pelley.
Well, thank you, and welcome back to those who are happy to be back. I think everybody needs to be happy to be back. So I also was able to go to the Reflections exhibit, and I'm always blown away at the talent of our students. The theme was I Belong, and it was so interesting to see from kindergarten on up to 12th graders, how they interpreted that, and everybody had their own individual ways of doing that through music and dance and art and poetry, and it was just really incredible. So I really encourage people to go and see the art, to participate. Every year, our PTAs do a great job of putting it together at the site level. And then the Orange High School Showcase was amazing. I had to come late because I had a prior engagement, but I was able to talk to some people in the CTE programs, the early childhood education, which was amazing. Again, they go into colleges with 7 credits already and hands-on experience, which I didn't get when I decided to be a teacher. I remember the first time I went into a classroom for observation, I was already into the program, and I thought, ooh, this is kind of scary. And I remember a friend of mine walked in and said, oh no, I'm not going to do this. And they've already had that experience before they even get to college. So I just think that's really important. And I learned a little bit about the auto mechanics program too. And I specifically asked if we have a lot of girls in the program, and there are quite a few girls in the program, and they happen to be excelling, by the way, which I think is interesting. Our mission here is educating students, obviously. Student safety is our first priority, and we've heard a lot tonight about student safety, not just physical safety, but emotional well-being. And I think by recognizing our amazing counselors, what they do every day, talking about behaviors and how we can really work together to be strategic is so important. And that just brings me to, I know a lot of our sites, I didn't hear about it, but we'll be doing things for Kindness Week next week. And anybody that wants to participate, it's easy. You just can do acts of kindness. And I'd encourage parents to maybe ask their students what they're doing at school, or if not, just have a little challenge at home, maybe just do something kind for everybody, because a little bit goes a long way, as we kind of saw with the Bicondova presentation. Just having somebody stick up for you and advocate for you, even as simple as just helping someone with, carrying something, and just little things that we can do make a big difference. And when we're talking about student safety, hearing that a student was ready to take their life because of something that happened like that, little things you can do can go a long way. So as always, if you're in crisis, Suicide Lifeline, 988, you can text or call, reach out to people, and just let's all try to be kind, not just next week, but all the time. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pelley. Trustee Thomas.
So I also attended the Orange High School Community Showcase last night. I didn't get to see any of the board members. I don't know how I missed everybody, but I did get to see your wife, the principal, and she gave me a hard time because I'm not going to be the principal for the day there, but she put me on the schedule for next year. I already said yes to California Inspire Academy, so that's exciting. I'm actually very honored. Cammie came and greeted me. Class of 87, go Panthers. Anyway, looking forward to my school site visits on my spring break from the neighboring district that I work in. Looking forward to VAPA performances at Chapman, since I can walk. And lastly, on his 4th day, Mr. Calderon, welcome again. Since I report to your position at the neighboring district, I know a little bit about your job, and we welcome you and thank you for being here. Thank you.
Brief comments. So I just want to share a moment of gratitude and reflection. Late last week, I had an opportunity to attend the Future Leaders Luncheon hosted by Bobby McDonald and the Orange County Black Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to sincerely thank Dr. Menares for accompanying me, along with several students from our district, Noah Green, Mason Culp and his brother Morgan, Ari Parker, and Jamil Gonzalez. It was a meaningful experience to witness our students engage in spaces that affirm leadership, aspiration, and possibility. Their presence represented the very best of Orange Unified. I also want to celebrate the student excellence that's closer to home. Today and tomorrow, they'll continue with the McPherson Science Fair. That was awesome today to go there and see some of the examples of curiosity, creativity, academic rigor. In fact, there was one, I have to explain, where you take ice and you put all three. You put sand, you put salt and you put sugar, and then you determine which one melts the fastest, which is like super incredible. So I thought that was cool. Two young men were doing that. That was awesome. So it just shows another example of the brilliance that our students have and how they're able to have those things just rise to the surface when given the opportunity. In addition, I had the pleasure of speaking to John Hogg's first period freshman class over at El Medina, spending time with students all the time. Spending time with students during the beginning, in this case, of their academic journey is always grounding. They had great insights, they had great energy, they were powerful. I enjoyed spending time with them. I know that Trustee Yamasaki already mentioned the Reflections Evening, and I just want to echo what she said, because in so many ways it's important to recognize and remember student voice. They're also their creativity and also their expression as central to the well-rounded educational experience. And so as we close, I want to thank my fellow trustees for their continued hard work, their commitment to public service. I want to thank, as always, our superintendent, monitor your health and everybody's health, and their district leadership and their steady dedication. And thank you to all of our teachers, all of our staff for your daily care, professionalism, and commitment that you bring to the students of Orange Unified School District. And I'll end with this thought. Leadership is not about being in charge. It is about taking care of those in your charge. Thank you. We want to end this meeting at 10:02. Adjourn.